How's everyone doing tonight? We're here for a very special occasion, as not that long ago, on February 5th of this year, we just hit 11 years. A big old 11-year anniversary just happened for me making videos, so we have a free slot open here on the Thursday slot, and before we jumped into a new project, this is the perfect time for us to go ahead and go back down memory lane. Tonight, we're going to be taking a look at some very old videos. Very old videos I never recommend anyone to watch, and there's a good reason. I've changed so much over the years, so it's going to be interesting for us to go back down memory lane. We're going to be watching back my very first set of videos I uploaded to YouTube, my original Let's Play of The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask, way back in 2011. It's a rough one, but hey, y'all gotta start somewhere, right? My start was not bad, I would say, compared to some other people's, but it could have been a lot better. And I learned a lot over the years, so tonight we're kind of going down that memory lane. And I'm going to have a lot of behind-the-scenes information off camera here. I got a whole bunch of equipment that I still have from my original recordings up until the stuff I use now. Like, I only have, I think, one piece of equipment that I had to get rid of over the years because it just flat out fully broke apart. I couldn't keep it. Everything else that I've used from day one, I still have. So, there's going to be a lot to go over here. We're not going to be watching the entirety of the Majora's Mask Let's Play, because that, jeez, I don't know how many hours that is. I have all of it on my computer here, so I could just probably check the whole folder. I think it's a total of 11 hours. We're not doing a 12-hour stream, no. We're going to cherry pick episodes. I'm going to pick ones that I feel are worth looking back at, and we'll go from there. So, without any further ado, I guess let's just jump straight into things. So first things first, I want to go over to the actual YouTube channel itself, because on the front page itself you will see, hey, we got revisited here. We could check this one out. This is the one we did last year for the 10-year special, but you gotta go real deep here, and I mean real deep. Like, go all the way down to the depths of YouTube, and you get this one right here. We get the original Majora's Mask, which technically the trailer is the first thing we did. So that's what we're going to start with. This trailer was uploaded January 29th of 2011, but the first video didn't go up until February 5th. This is why I always count the anniversary as February 5th. The trailer was more just to announce what I was doing at the time and not necessarily the actual content that we do now, because at this point, starting from episode 1, we kept on going over. It became a daily thing. I upload these pretty much every single day I could back in the early days. But we're not going to be watching from here, because I could watch from YouTube itself, but there'd be a lot more oddities. Like the big one here, as you can kind of see. In the early days, this is what everyone did. And myself, I was also including this pool, which is a no-no by today's standards. It's stretched. Like, this is a 4x3 game, which is a box format. And I just yanked it until the whole screen was covered. This is also a limitation of my capture cards back in the day too. A lot of them kind of recorded like this, but this playthrough, no, this was me just being stupid, thinking, oh, let me just fill up the whole screen of my computer. This would look good. In hindsight, looking back, no, it does not. I'm watching this on a 32-inch screen, and this looks like garbage in today's standards. So we're not going to be watching on YouTube itself. I have a whole folder right here of all of the videos, and we'll just watch them locally, because I can use a player like VLC, for example here. And we can just take the aspect ratio and pump it down to 4x3. So, without any further ado, let me swap scenes here. And there you go. Now we have a nice looking image. Yeah, pretty weird champ indeed, Kira. How you doing? I don't know if I would say it was necessary back then. In some ways, it kind of was, because that is what a lot of people did, thinking it looked good. And then also, again, it was like a hardware limitation with certain recorders and capture cards, because they would just stretch the image anyways. But by today's standards, there's way easier ways to record stuff, no matter how it's presented on a capture card, and then just fix it in a post-editing software like DaVinci Resolve or Adobe Premiere, Sony Vegas, like you name it. But let's watch back this trailer. This is technically the first thing that I did. A lot of silence in the beginning. It doesn't start until 10 seconds in. Why? Wait a minute. Did this? Oh, I think the player broke. Hang on. Yeah, that's why. Good start. VLC actually broke. Alright, well, let's start over. I'm going to turn this down a little bit. So my big thing was, this is when I was first learning how to do video editing in general. I was using a brand new software at the time. So I was playing around with the different effects, trying to learn how to subtitle. You can kind of see a lot of that here. It kind of worked. Like, it was cinematic, I would say. Like, where he succeeded, where he failed. That was a quote from the original Ocarina of Time trailer back in the day. And this is pretty much just the moon crashing sequence in Majora's Mask. I thought it was a perfect thing to do as an intro for the whole thing. And then you get the title card reveal, in case you didn't know the game at the time. Also, that video quality, like, you can't read that. Like, hang on. Oh, wait, whoa, hang on. I gotta go back for a second. Also, again, this was stretched. So, I need to do something here real quick before I swap back scenes. I'm gonna swap back to 16:9 real quick. This doesn't look correct. Some of it's actually cropped off if I do this. So, I'm gonna go back to default. And I've seen this for a split second. If we go a little further in... Oh, it froze again, didn't it? Yeah, it did. The problem is I'm using very old files, and sometimes they just get a little buggy. So rewinding may not work all that well for certain files. Or it could just not load again. Also, thanks for the hosts there, Marley and Matt. If you two in chat, how you both doing here today? Okay, now we're getting the load. Sometimes these old files, these were, I think it was like, what, JPEGs? That these were? Oh no, MPG. These were MPG files. I never use this file format anymore. It's just, it's awful. It does not work well. As we can kind of see, it just flat out breaks. And that was just me zooming in. I wanted to see one specific thing, so I guess I'm going to look at this via the YouTube side, I guess, because this is not working as it's supposed to. Let me get rid of this. Let me bring back the display capture. I want to go back, because I'm seeing an editing mistake. I'm looking at it already, and I can see an editing mistake. There's Matt Retable Fate. Right around here, I noticed something. Yep, right there. I seen it. Hang on, let me frame advance backwards. See if I can catch that. It's very faint, but there is a point where there's other text that appears on the screen. You're not supposed to be able to see it. So, again, this was my first attempt at making a video, and it shows in a lot of ways, but there is a crown jewel example we're going to see here in the next video of a major mistake, because that was the trailer. Now from here, I want to watch the introduction part. This is the big one that we started with. And again, good old stretchy. So we're going to just say no to stretch. And let's start from the very beginning here. Might take a second for the thing to catch back in OBS, I guess. Yeah, I gotta reselect it. There we go, that should fix it. Oh, because I already have VLC open, that's why. Alright, let's go back to the beginning. You good? That's good to hear. I'm doing alright myself, thanks for asking. Also, I'm gonna apologize right now before we get in, because this is the first video with audio quality from myself, actual vocals. You're gonna notice some rough edges with this one. Like, I'm using a proper studio mic setup now. It's nice and clean audio. I got all these different effects on it to help with the sound quality. This is back in the day before I knew what any of that meant. I'm using this, like, cheapo mic setup. And I'm not even talking about, like, the proper mic. Like, the one we're starting with is not even what I used to record this series. I use a different one. So, I have a limiter set to the VLC audio. I have it turned down in my ears to about 80%. I might still have to adjust this, so hopefully it won't be too loud And when I need to say something, I'm going to be pausing these videos. So let's just get started here with the first episode of Majora's Mask.
In the land of Hyrule, there echoes a legend held dearly by the royal family, that tells of a boy. A boy who, after battling evil and saving Hyrule, crept away from the land that made him a legend.
I'm sorry, did I drop the mic on that attempt? What was that sound effect? Okay, so before we go any further, this microphone I was using, this is not what you hear for the rest of the series. This was a one-off thing. I thought this sounded better at the time. I don't know why. I was using this old karaoke microphone, and oh god, it was awful. You can hear how awful it was. No matter what settings I had it adjusted to on my computer, it would sound crackly, it would peak, it sounded terrible. So of course, the first instinct was to use it for a voiceover effect for the very first episode. That's smarts! I was a dumb kid. A real dumb kid. So this is why this specific part sounds terrible. It'll sound slightly better here in a minute, not by much, but at least it won't be ear bleeding. So hey Amber, how you doing?
Done with the battles once waged across time, he embarked on a journey, a secret and personal journey. A journey in search of a beloved and invaluable friend. A friend with whom he parted ways with when he finally fulfilled his heroic destiny and took his place among legends.
Not great for headphone users, it's really not. So, I don't know if you heard this in this video, and I'm not just talking about watching it with me now on the stream, I mean if you actually seen this video on YouTube. Listen very, very closely. In that specific opening, you can hear an echo effect. You can hear two of me. That's not an echo effect. That is two of me, as in two different recordings. So what I did back in the day was I recorded this live. That's how I usually do all my playthroughs, even now. I record it while playing the game. But I thought I could do better for that intro, so I'll only record something else and then put it in post, which is what I did. Problem was, I didn't know how to do audio balancing at the time yet. I didn't know how to remove audio clips at the time, so I just turned down my initial recording. And then I put in the new one. I didn't turn it down low enough, because you can hear it ever so slightly. You can hear the other recording still present in the video. And in fact, in this specific portion, I don't recommend doing it because you will go deaf, but if you crank up the audio here, in this specific intro, you're going to hear me mumble, it wasn't really good enough, let me try it again later. Like, I mumble something in the video because that was my original take, and that was the part I was supposed to cut out. I didn't do it. I just didn't know how yet. I mean, I learned a couple months in, but unfortunately, not in the beginning. But man, look at the video quality. I also, as another thing for behind the scenes, I had these videos stored on an old hard drive that did corrupt. So about the first handful of playthroughs, I'd like to say, I lost after they were uploaded to YouTube. So these are just downloaded videos from YouTube itself, which you can see in a lot of ways because of all the video compression. What you would see on YouTube is what I got, unfortunately. But I guess on my sake, it won't break VLC, like those dang MPG files. Like, they're just unusable by today's standards. Man, look how dark that image is. Like, you can barely make out the detail on Majora's Mask itself. It's so washed out, because this is the capture card I had back then. It was very dark, but it got the job done.
You two fairies did great. I wonder if he has anything good on him. Huh? This guy? Well, that shouldn't be a problem.
Well, you can already hear now my mic changed over, so this is me using the microphone I use for the rest of the playthrough. That stupid karaoke mic? No, just get rid of that thing. I couldn't even hold it while playing the game anyways. So, this is a headset microphone. Unfortunately, I don't have this headset anymore. It actually fell apart.
Ooh, what a pretty ocarina. Hey, Skull Kid, let me touch it. I want to see. You can't tail.
Okay, by today's standards, I would cut that out. Yeah, you can't. Like, again, I've come a long way. This is all raw. I didn't really do any editing back in this time period, so if I messed up something, it was in the video. By today's standards, that would be re-recorded or just cut out.
What would we do if you dropped it and broke it? No way, you can't touch it. Aw, but sis, why can't I try it out too?
I mean, at least my reading, for the most part, was pretty on point. I played this game a lot before recording this, so I at least knew a good amount of the stuff coming up. But, I mean, again, the audio quality is what's going to hold it back. This is 2011, when you first begun the whole adventure. So, yeah, a lot changed. I'll be saying that probably a lot tonight.
Okay, man, that was kind of cruel, if you gotta admit. Anyways, hey there guys, I'm SonicGhost's and welcome to Let's Play The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask. As you saw, we got our stuff stolen by that Skull Kid over there. What I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna be grind for a little bit, so what you gotta do is all you gotta do is keep on cutting down these plants right here, just like this. You'll get this chance later on in the game, but it's best to do it as early as you can. And now, I gotta leave and come right back, because watch what happens. Go through here, this is our next area, that's where we're going up ahead, by the way. Come back. Hey look, all the bushes are back. So I'm gonna cut ahead until I got 99 rupees, and if I keep on getting these blues, it won't take me that long. So, I'll see you guys in a moment.
Okay, I don't know if you caught that there for a second, but I heard it myself. The audio got louder as I made the cut. Again, early days, didn't know how to edit yet, but apparently I made a major mistake with the audio, and I didn't even know it was a thing. Because I never actually knew that. I'd seen this video back a couple times before it was posted, but I never noticed that issue, and even back then, I edit with headphones, and I've always done that since day one. But as I made the cut, the audio got louder. But you can tell, again, this is me first beginning this. I wasn't even sure what to say just yet. That's why I'm stumbling over my ideas in the beginning about, yeah, this is a good time to, I think, to grind money. Like, I just didn't know what to say, didn't know what to do yet with this stuff. And I do okay for a first attempt, I'll give it that.
Alright, there's the last one. Alright, so, once you get all 99 rupees, that's good. Now you just want to go on, continue along with the actual game here. No more sidetracking. I like this. They give Link new moves in this game. He flips. What other game does he flip, guys? Come on.
Okay, I think I was supposed to cut out another thing there because I made a sound effect, but I didn't say anything. I think this is when I was supposed to just be mute, but I didn't know when to stop talking. And I just made a sound like...
Believe it or not, this foreshadows something that later happens throughout the game. Different events. What's with that stupid horse of yours? It doesn't listen to a word that's said to it. There's no point in riding a thing like that. So I did you a favor and got rid of it.
And what's with that laugh?
Ah, boo-hoo. Why the sad face? I just thought I'd have a little fun with you. Oh, come now. Do you really think you can beat me as I am now? Fool!
Tried to read too fast there, and I definitely didn't get the right words. Trying to beat me, I am as I am. Sounds like the intro to, like, I Am All of Me from Sonic the Hedgehog. Is there light in there? I can't really tell. A little too dark. At today's stance, I think I would have bumped up the brightness a little bit, even in post, because it is a little too dark. YouTube compression kind of ruins it too.
Now that's a good look for you. You'll stay here looking like that forever.
I mean, I will say, I got into the voice acting even back in 2011. Like, this is kind
Hey,
of
stop it!
thing I do today.
Being fairy. Sis! Whoa, whoa, Skull Kid, wait for me. I'm still here. Tail, you can't leave without me. You! If I wasn't dealing with you, I would have got separated from my brother. Well, don't just sit there, Deku boy. Do something. Why are you looking at me like that? What? Is there something stuck in my face? Will you stop staring and just open that door for me? Please, come on. A helpless little girl is asking you, so hurry up. Ah, Tail, I wonder if that child will be alright on his own. Okay.
Alright, before he goes on, I got the floor first. I actually, like, I haven't watched these videos back in years, so I forgot, like, how on the nose I was with reading some of the stuff. Because, again, this is what I try to do by today's standards. You want to give the characters that emotion while you're reading it, because then it kind of projects what the script is saying about the character's emotion in the game. Makes sense. It's like a classic voice acting trick. And I actually did pretty good back then. I mean, I'm stumbling over some of it because I'm trying to read it a little bit faster than the game's able to let me, because back in this era, I still was playing on the Wii Virtual Console. This is still how I play Majora today. And the Wii Virtual Console version has next to no lag, which does affect a lot of dialogue in the game too. It doesn't stay on screen as long as it's supposed to. And obviously, back this time when I'm trying to read it all live, I can't keep up and it just zooms by. If that happens by today's standards, I'll just record a line in post commentary and slap it in so it doesn't sound as jarring. But you can see here, I am doing my best. In some cases, kind of trip over the words, but I got the emotion in. It took me a few years to fully learn how to do that proper, and even in this era, I was still doing a decent job. I'll give myself that. Even with old capture your footage still came better than most. I mean, it's surprising how well this came out, even though it was a standard F capture card, but it helps that the first game I decided to do was a game from 2000, and it already wasn't like the most graphically demanding thing, which helps a lot for the lower quality capture cards we all had back in this time period. So I was constantly thinking when I first did this stuff what game would work best for a first playthrough in terms of like what games I knew best, what would look pretty good, and what would be easy enough for me to record in so many ways, and Majora's Mask was one of the first things that popped in my head. So it worked out. It really did for a first game.
Hey, two things about you. One, you seem worried about your brother, and two, man, are you demanding. Please just don't be like Navi for Ocarina of Time. Please don't. I like Navi, but I don't want you too much like that. Hey, wait for me. Don't leave me behind. So, that stuff back there. I apologize, so take me with you. Huh? You wanna know about that Skull Kid who just ran off, right? Well, I just so happen to have an idea of where he might be going. Take me with you, and I'll help you out. Deal? Please? Good, then it's settled. I didn't say anything, Fairy. Now then, I'll be your partner. Or at least till we catch that Skull Kid. My name's Tattle, so, it's nice to meet you or whatever. Now that we got all that straightened out, can we stop messing around and get moving? I figured out something. Just press up on C and I'll tell it to you. Hopefully you manage to get by without my help until then.
Man, talk about me tripping over my words. Again, I was reading everything too fast, which is a bad habit I do. Sometimes I'll read something faster than you really should, and I just trip over my words. And I still do it to this day. But it shows, again, by today's standards, in a video, I would not leave that take in. I would probably fix it up. So, hey there, Allison, how am I doing? How are you doing? See? There you go. Case in point. Trip over my words by thinking 5 steps ahead. Yeah, my voice does sound very different in comparison to today. I mean, this was when I was 17, I was recording this. So I was still, like, I noticed going back, even with the same exact equipment, I definitely sound different compared to years ago. Like, my voice, I think, was still developing even up until, like, my early 20s to where it is now.
I agree with you, Link. Basically, she was just like Navi if you played Ocarina. Now, she's gonna tell you here, if you hold down A, go into one of these Deku flowers, then, you'll fly like this. I don't need her to tell me that, though. It's pretty obvious.
By today's standards, we read it anyways. We don't care if it's obvious. It's tutorial. Also, yeah, Matt's also right. This is like a tin can. It was very compressed back then. It really was. My headset wasn't the best quality, but it was like a $20 headset. What are you going to expect from something of that quality? Even by today's standards, man.
Well, at least if you haven't played the game, though, it's pretty helpful. This feels almost like a platforming area right here. Just going around from platform to platform, flying around. I like it.
Feels like a platform area.
Ooh,
I talk about in the platforming area. Okay.
Yay, I got a Deku nut. I don't think I'm gonna be using this thing. All it does is you throw this at an enemy, or as a Deku scrub here, if you fly in the air. Look at the B. Yeah, look at the green. It shows a Deku nut. All you got.
Why did I call it Deku nut back then? To be fair, I also called Skulltula Skulltula. Like, I also flipped around on that pronunciation. I called Icona Canyon Incan Canyon. So I didn't say anything correct at all. I'm calling it Deku nut as like I'm inserting an extra couple E's. Sure. Also, naive me. I'm not going to be using the Deku nuts all that much because they're not really that useful. I'm like, dude, if only you knew. The Deku nut is probably one of the most useful items in both Ocarina and Majora because they stun so many enemies. They can hurt certain enemies in comparison too. They're just a really good thing to use in general. Like, they're a really useful item. But back then, I didn't know it yet. I'm like, oh, these are pretty bad. I'm not going to touch them. I mean, in first cycle, I was correct because there's really not much of a use for Deku nuts in the very beginning. But later on, I still had the same mentality.
What you gotta do is drop one of these things, and it will blind your enemies. It will kill, actually.
That was the YouTube compression right there. Again, I had to download all these videos that I'm watching back. So that was pretty bad compression. Unfortunately, that was a YouTube bug.
One or two of them. Only if you're in the air, though. I don't think it does anything when you just throw it at them.
Don't worry, the vomit goes away. Eventually, right?
Hey, come on. So, you want me to talk to you, huh? Alright. There you go. See, you can do it if you try. Thank you for that pick-me-up. When I fly over to people or objects, use Z to look at them, so you can talk to them. She's basically telling you how to Z target, and how to talk to people from a farther distance if you can't do it, like, right next to them, like this. See, she's just saying what I just told you. Thank you for that repetition. And also, you can just use that Z targeting and look straight ahead. That's pretty useful. But enough about that for now. Come over to this tree and check it out. Alright, let's check it out. Strange, but the way you look right now sort of looks like this tree. Looks all dark and gloomy. Almost like it could start crying any second now. How sad. Yeah, it is sad. I don't know who that is though. They don't really explain it to you much in the game.
This is before I had all my knowledge by today's standards. I knew, like, the basics about Majora's Mask. I didn't know about any of its upbringings. I didn't know anything about the extra lore. So for me, I'm like, who is this tree? And I'm here like, dude, that's the Deku Butler's son. And they do explain that in the game. When you get the Mask of Sense, the butler's talking about his son who left Termina. And guess who that is? That's the butler's son who left Termina. So it's like, I didn't have much knowledge back then too. And I'm like, what is this? So let's not check on the facts. Yeah, pretty much. I actually, as another behind the scenes thing with this game specifically, I picked Majora's Mask in my first playthrough because of how well I knew the game, but I didn't actually fully play it until 2006. So, jump ahead about 5 years later, and I'm doing a Let's Play of it on YouTube. So, I knew how to do everything for the side quests and the 100% the game, but I didn't know like any of the extra stuff that I know now. At that time, I barely played it, basically. I played enough to be able to fully play it. I've played about once a year at this point, doing 100%, so I knew how to do all the quests, but that's about it. Like, I didn't know any of the extra tricks. Like, yeah, going back here a moment, what you were saying in chat here, Allison, like, this is before the pre-glitching everything thing. Yeah, this is before I really knew. I mean, I did some glitching in this game, like, innocent stuff. Like, there's a bonus episode I show the Fierce Deity Anywhere glitch. I think the clip to get into Sakon's hideout later in the playthrough, but like they're very minuscule things by today's standards. This is before a lot of big discoveries too. So I wouldn't have even known about very specific things that would make a big difference by today's standards. Like the hidden owl statue thing, or index warp, or like jumping around between grottos, hovering with a bomb, stuff like that I did not learn until years later. I think playing 2002 or something like that, but a guidebook which helped. That's how I played this first too, Allison. I didn't have a guidebook, but I followed a game facts guide. So I first played this game, and I'm going to comment on it. I think we'll watch that next. I'm just going to jump ahead probably to the episode where we get out for a cycle. And I got stuck, but I never told the story in this playthrough, and I don't know why, but I got stuck, couldn't get past a certain point, and then I put the game down for years. I only played as a rental. Didn't pick it up until the GameCube version, and then I followed a GameFAQs guide and beat the whole thing. Got every single mask, every single heart piece, did everything in the game. So, I was kind of saying this was a guide game for me back in the day. You never got past Snowhead, Amber. Oh, okay, so you got further than me, because I never got past Clocktown. First cycle, Clocktown. So for me, it was way worse. 12-year-old just grab yourself to Moonfall. Yeah, that's about right. I kept on having that issue, and I was like, whoa, this is bad. For me, it was a rental, so every time I seen that, I'm like, I'm just going to skip ahead to the next save on the system. Well, let's go ahead and continue from here.
At least I don't believe they do. Twisted hallways. Wow, that's a pretty big flashback to the Forest Temple from Ocarina of Time. Yeah, you're gonna hear a lot of those Ocarina of Time references throughout this, because this game's is a direct sequel from Ocarina, so a lot of the stuff that this game shares with the previous game there, Ocarina.
Gee, it's like because this game was made using all the assets a year after Ocarina came out. Man, it would have been nice to know this in 2011, huh? Because that, I didn't know either.
So let's find out where we are. You met with a terrible fate, haven't you? Maybe. I own the Happy Mask Shop. I travel far and wide in search of masks. During my travels, a very important mask was stolen from me by an imp in the woods. So here I am, at a loss. And now I found you. Now, don't think me rude. I have been following you. Stalker much? I know of a way to return you to your former self.
I forgot, this is back in the era where when I did read these lines, I also injected my own comments in the middle. Yeah, stalker much. That's not wrong by today's standards. He does kind of feel like a stalker. But I forgot I just injected it in the middle of his speech. Just imagine him just saying that. It doesn't feel right. I played this for Ocarina. No, I played Ocarina first, and I beat the game before I ever got past Clocktown in this one. So I played and beaten Ocarina of Time before I ever beat Majora as well. Trying to beat Ocarina of Time, never owned it. And every copy rented was either completed or never started a file. That's fair. I had the same issue for a while myself, Amber. I rented it a good amount before I owned it. And there was a point where I owned a copy of Ocarina, but the save just didn't work. So I couldn't really play past a certain point because I couldn't save the game and I had to replay from the very beginning. It was too much. So it took me a couple years to beat it. I didn't beat Ocarina until I got the GameCube copy, so both N64 Zeldas I never beat until I played on GameCube.
If you get back the precious item that was stolen from you, I'll return you to normal. but in exchange, all I ask is that you also give back my precious mask that the imps stole from me. What? Is it not a simple task? Why, to someone like you, it should be no means a difficult task. Except, the one thing is, I'm a very busy fellow, and I must leave this place in 3 days. How grateful I would be if you could bring it back to me before my time here is up. But yes, you'll be fine. I see you are young and have tremendous courage. I'll show you'll find it right away. Well then, I'm counting on you. Okay, so now we got another task to do. Gotta turn back to a human and get whatever item he has. Get it back to him. So, I'm gonna stop this here. Next time
jumped ahead a bit on that one.
Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask, we're gonna go outside this door here and explore this area that we have just came into. I don't even know what's outside that door. But, we're gonna find out next time together. Alright? See you guys then.
Trying to make it sound like a first playthrough. I don't know what's outside of that door. And then I'm also talking over here like, we gotta become a human. Like two different sides of the spectrum on that one. You know what you're doing. But don't play dumb, because I can see right through it, man. Again, that was kind of what I did back then. I still do that, to be fair now. I don't try to jump ahead in the plot when I'm playing a game, just to keep that suspense for people who haven't seen it or played it themselves, but I don't also jump ahead in the middle of that. At least I do my best not to. So, that's it for this one. So, before we jump into the next, I'm going to swap to the full cam here, because I want to show certain things while I load up the next video. Also want to find it first, because it was like, I think it was 5 in or 4 in. No, it was 4. We want to go to episode 4 for this. So, let me show you what I recorded this on. So everyone out here is like, I owned a diamond or a dazzle capture card. That was my first capture card, and it was, man, that's my grandfather passed. I will try one of these things. This big honking device. This is the Adaptic Dual TV Tuner Digital Video Recorder designed for Windows XP. This is what I recorded all my videos on. This is what I used for like 3 years. And I'm not kidding, because I had a Dazzle. I have it. It's somewhere in this house. I didn't bother digging it out because it wasn't used for this playthrough. I really just tried to get stuff I used for Majora's Mask for this. And this was like big chunkest capture card by today's standards. Like, I'm gonna jump ahead. Later on, when I needed standard capture card stuff, instead of using something like this, because this actually stopped working. And it's not because of the capture card. This works perfectly fine. I recorded this using Windows 7 and Cyberlink Power Director, which is the same software we use to edit the videos. But after a couple years, this stopped working in Windows because the drivers were delisted from the Microsoft Update service, and there was no driver download anywhere for it. So basically, this thing became a giant brick. Can't be used. So, you know, years later, I get one of these instead. This is a Diamond VC500 capture card, and this is, by comparison, just night and day. It's a huge difference, man. It's insane. But actually, hang on. Before we go into the next video, I wanna do something else here. I actually have to move the capture card. It's blocking my screen. I want to show you guys how I recorded back then. I'm trying to see if I can find it. I'm not gonna watch the whole video. I want to find a clip of it. I don't know where it is. I have it on like this hard drive, but man, there's so many different things. Might just be called like record. Recording setups. Yes, this is it. How I recorded with capture splitter. This is it. With TV out. Yeah, buddy. Alright, we gotta look at this before we go on, because I had to record with this thing, but the problem is, this had about a 2-second delay, which is what everyone hated going into the HD capture card era that we were going into around this time period of 2011. And it didn't really get fixed, I feel, until like the streaming age really started around like 2014-15-ish with capture cards. So I had to record with this with a 2-second delay, and like, no, I can't do it. You cannot play games with 2-second delays. It's terrible. So instead, what I did was this. Let me swap over. I still have this TV, by the way. It's actually off camera. I'm just like about ready to get rid of it though, because I never use it anymore. I had it just for light gun games at this point, but I recorded off of a CRT like this, and I'm gonna just let this part play for a little bit.
Hey guys, it's SonicGhost's, and I'm
Okay,
here
I was gonna
to
say,
show
if
you
it
one of
froze
two ways,
immediately.
which I'm gonna show you both, and how to capture video game footage onto your computer.
So see, that's how I recorded back then. Laptop right next to the TV, and in Cyberlink Power Director, you can actually see it. So, yeah, the laptop, that's what I have. I still have it here. I can show it later. Just in size comparison. It's like almost half the size of the capture card.
And this will work for if you're doing a playthrough or a review or whatever you want to do. You're gonna need 4 things. Obviously your game system, its cables, and also a spare set of these double-ended composite cables here with the red, white, and yellow, if you're not sure what that means. A capture device, and then a TV here that has TV out. You're gonna need that.
So there's the big one. Everyone's talking about, I'll use these splitter things, which to be fair, later I started to use. But this is when I was first starting. You use what you have. So all I had was my game consoles to play with, the computer to record, a headset that I can use to do voiceovers, and this big bulky capture card from 2005. So I had to work with what I had. And very conveniently for me, this TV I was using had a video out feature on the back.
So, here's how you hook it up. First, you hook up your game system here into your TV. I have mine hooked in on the side. And then, in the back of the TV here,
So there it is. I just want to get to this part. So I had to use the TV out functionality just to get a signal to my capture card without having a 2-second delay for me to play with, because it would be impossible. So conveniently for me, this TV I had an output to it. I don't know why it did. This was like a very uncommon thing to find back on TV sets, no matter what time period you're talking about. You would find this in like PVMs, like professional video monitors that you would see people use in studios. But this TV had something like that, and it was a consumer-grade television. But what was weird about this is that TV out functionality, that would send whatever image is on the screen to something else. So that means I could have also recorded television shows while playing my games for recording. That happened once. So, one time I had to do, I think, something extra Majora's Mask, like do some cleanup with something, had to go back to a dungeon, and I wanted to cut all that out. So while I was doing that, in the middle of one of the cutscenes for the dungeon, I turned my TV to like another channel just to watch some TV for a couple minutes. That was being recorded on my capture card. Because anything from this TV out functionality got transferred over to the capture card. So I was recording whatever show, I don't even remember what it was, but I remember watching something for a couple minutes, and I recorded it. It's like, oh, I didn't know that was a thing. Well, here it comes, DMCA. By today's standards, I don't do this. I still use in and outputs of things to daisy chain each other. Like, I'll use the capture cards video out to put another capture card in to record if I just need to use 2 capture cards for whatever reason. But by today's standards, this kind of a weird trick won't happen. And even then, that's like super redundant. That's the big thing I wanted to show with that. So I need to, again, swap back over to the main feed. Now let me show you the computer. So this is what I used to use. So now let's get that size comparison, because again, this thing's a big chunk. It's half of the dang laptop. This is what I used. This combo. I don't know how I was able to do it. This old machine doesn't really work anymore. Like, I mean, it works, but the battery is kind of shot, which makes sense. This is a computer from 2010. I actually had to get a replacement keyboard, because when I was using this for college work, a couple of the keys just popped right out, so I had to get this replaced. So it has a lot of wear and tear to it, but it still works pretty well. And, I mean, if it had better specs by today's standards, I would consider maybe using it for like standard web browsing, but I'm surprised this thing was able to do any kind of video-based stuff from this time period because of just how bad it was. So, in terms of performance on this stuff, it can do standard like web searching and like video calling and stuff, but to throw heavy things, like I tried to play games on this, that was a no-go. It didn't have any graphics card before I knew half of that stuff. But, I mean, it has some use by today's standards. The hard drive from this computer is actually being used with my Wii right now for playing backup games. So in a sense, this computer lives on in a very weird way. So I wanted to show that with the capture card just because of how huge this thing is. By size comparison, that thing is gigantic. It is stupid, man. But let me load up the next video on the docket. We said we're going to look at episode 4. Because that's the one that has the moon sequence. Yeah, this is the one where we confront Majora. So that would be perfect. TV was telling you need to Let's Play. At that point, it kind of like stars aligned, yeah. If I didn't have a TV with that functionality, I would have probably just recorded something on an emulator on a computer. And even then, I didn't really know how to do that at the time. I was learning. It took me a couple months and I figured it out, but at this time period, I didn't know yet. If I recorded something from an emulator, it was off the Wii, because I could do that. I had my Wii modded back then. It was a rock band mic at first, it was bad. Yeah, I mean, you heard the microphone we started in the intro cutscene for Majora, so I don't blame you, Matt. Any kind of, like, cheapo hand stage mics back then were kind of bad. Although rock band mics, I kind of wish I had in comparison to whatever the heck I used. I think it was awful. Again, I don't have the headset anymore, but like I used this for one of the bonus episodes later, so it's fitting. I had to replace about a year in. Actually, not even a year. I was like maybe 7 months. I had to get a whole different headset, and I still have this by today's standards, but this thing is like destroyed beyond belief. Like, you can maybe make it out on the camera here, but this USB is all kinds of destroyed. And it also has like hot glue on the side because it actually came opened and started to fall apart. It would still work, but the housing was completely destroyed. This used to be all leather, not anymore. That all fell apart. Like, the fact that this thing still works is a miracle. I literally just have this now as one, just like a memorabilia thing from the early days, and two, this actually works on the PlayStation 3. So if there's any PS2 game I want to play that needs a microphone, this technically works. I know the meme game on that one's like Lifeline. So I was like, I kept it around just for that, really, at this point as well. But back in the day, what I would do is also with that TV, again, I had a 2-second delay with this, so I couldn't do what I do now, listen to my headphones. I had to record with the game being played off the TV, and I'm sitting like a couple feet away with a headset on, but I'm not wearing other headphones, just like this in front of it, so I'm getting all the echo back, and I can hear some of it in these videos. You can hear like a little delay in the game sometimes, or like it plays a little earlier, and that's because of the echo effect from my headphones being like right next to the TV, my microphone being right on it. So by today's standards, I don't do that. I use headphones primarily for everything now. It makes my life easier for video editing too. Alright, but we got the video up, so let's go ahead and watch episode 4 here. This one's called Where'd You Get That? I want to know where you got this too.
Can't believe it. It's the final day. It's already here. Anyways, hey guys, it's SonicGhost's here, and welcome back to Let's Play The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask. Last time, we played this little minigame here, and we were ready to head up to the Clock Tower, but we were...
Which one is it, Clock Town or Clock Tower?
Well, we had plenty of time left over, so now what we're gonna do is play this minigame one more time. Use the Deku Flower here, and we're off. Yeah, this time they increased it by 1 second. Wow! Now they do a combination. Moving platforms, going left and right, and up and down. Ugh, that's torture. Still not as hard as the second day, in my opinion. I mean, that is brutal. Oh, jeez. Oh, I thought I was gonna miss that. And shoot! That's the pattern I usually like to take here.
I can hear some delay on that one, so I definitely didn't sync this up correctly. By today's standards, you don't really need to do this much because most capture cards have next to no delays, but at this time period, I would have needed to do some kind of a sync test, and what I usually do is some actions in the game, like going up and down a menu, I'll go up, down, you take that audio, you take your action in the game, and try to line it up to be as close to possible, and that would make it sound better, but I said, and shoot, and it took like a second later. Again, 2-second delay on the capture card, and I didn't account for that in the editing. I didn't know how to do that just yet. I tried to hit the record button and the audio record button at the same time. So that's kind of how I synced it up. It's just hitting the record buttons at the same time. It didn't really work out, but it was close enough. Should I ask, but what got you into Let's Playing? I wanted to make videos for a while with different stuff, but I wasn't sure what to do specifically. I wanted to make something with games, because I was having a huge interest in video games. Still do. And at the time, I was getting into Let's Plays, and I was wanting to try for myself, so that's kind of where I got into this, is after seeing a lot of different Let's Plays at the time, like from Chuck Conroy, Nintendo Capri Sun, NCS, wait, the same name. Nintendo Capri Sun twice. You get the idea. I watched a lot of the big names back then, Proton John, Josh Jepchen, stuff like that. I seen a series called Time to Play from, I think it was like CJ001, something like that. Like, I've seen these things before, and I want to make my own adaptation, and I just wanted to try it out. So that's kind of why I started with Let's Plays, and I stuck with it, because it just worked out. It was a thing I got super into for making videos, and I do experiment with other things. My original ideas were doing like a game review of some kind, and I kind of do that now with the console reviews, but I primarily still focus with Let's Play stuff because I think that's my bread and butter. I've kind of formulated how my style would work with that, and I think it works out really well. And it's very different from what I'm doing with the stream, so it works to do independent too. NCS and break NCS. There you go. There's the double NCS. That'll work.
Start from the outside, work your way on the inside, go back on the outside. I'm just glad I was able to get the 5 rupee first, in case I somehow screw up. That's gonna be helpful. Shoot, fly, drop, easy. This day is not all that hard, actually. The only problem you're gonna have is when you're trying to go for those moving platforms and the ones going up and down like this. You're gonna need to be at that certain height. You're probably gonna screw up once somewhere. I'm just glad I haven't yet. And last one. Oh!
Ow! My gosh, that old microphone, man. That definitely got screechy when you got loud. Didn't help. Did not help.
Okay, I'm just gonna cut ahead until I get this, so see you guys in a moment. And got it. Yes, it's over. Yeah, I got a new record. Take this and don't come back. And they give you a piece of heart for beating this game 3 days in a row. Now? Ah, it's Link! Hide! What's wrong with me? Am I that good for you guys? You gotta hide? Alright, so there's not all that much else to do. Really? Now all I gotta do is wait until it hits midnight of the final day. Then we're able to go up into the clock tower. So, I guess I'm gonna see you guys then. Alright, it's time. Now this is it. This
Man.
is
It's like I actually played this on a real N64, but the darkness here, like, you can barely see the tower. It's just pretty much the sides of it you can see, and not the actual building portion of the clock tower. Again, this capture card did its job back then, but by today's standards, so man, it's alright for like retro capture, I would say. But I mean, the setup for it is next to impossible. Get a computer with Windows XP, so good luck with that. And it has to be Windows XP Media Center Edition, so it's even more difficult to run.
when a festival begins. There's supposed to be a festival right now, but because of people fearing that the moon is going to fall on them, because if you look up, you see the moon's closer. I'll be able to show it once we get up on the clock tower. It'll really show then. Then, yeah. If it wasn't for that, they'll be celebrating. So, don't stop now. Look, you can get up there now. So, let's go up here in the clock tower. It only opens on midnight of the third day, so let's take advantage of that, shall we? Where are we? What's going on?
Where are we? What's going on? we went up to the top of the clock tower, and I'm over here like with 5-second amnesia. I don't understand why I said that. Where are we? On top of the clock tower. Genius.
The moon! Skull Kid! Sis! Ah, Tail! We've been looking for you too! Hey, Skull Kid, what if you get that mask you're wearing back now? Hey, come on, are you listening?
Shows up at a house. If only we were playing an entrance rando.
Swamp, mountain, ocean, canyon. Hurry! The four who are there! Bring them here! Don't speak out of line, stupid fairy! No! What are you doing to my brother? Skull Kid, do you think you are a friend after that?
Sorry, I don't know how to read. What was the half of that sentence? I missed it.
Well, whatever. Even if they were to come now, they wouldn't be able to handle me. Heh heh. Just look above you. If it's something that can be stopped, then just try to stop it!
I really got violent on that line.
And there we go, he's bringing down the moon. As you can see, it's huge! It's not supposed to be this huge. It's falling. What you want to do is shoot Skull Kid with a bubble!
You know, this would be a good time for you to talk about that one time you tried to play this game when you were like 10, and you didn't know you shoot in a bubble, and you never beat the game until like 6 years later. What's that? You mean you forgot to tell the story? What's wrong with you? Yeah, I was supposed to tell the story, and I think I got so wrapped up in playing the game itself at the time and focusing on the dialogue, I forgot to tell my big childhood story here, and that's the thing you should be doing. You inject your personal history into this stuff, which gives that personality to the project. So, I forgot to say that. I'm like, just shoot Skull Kid with a bubble. Doesn't sound like bubble. I mean, that's probably because of the audio quality. I wouldn't be surprised.
And there you go. He drops the ocarina. Yay! Let's get that back. Gimme. Yes, we've got back the Ocarina of Time. Now we got back our precious instrument. Suddenly, memories of Princess Zelda came rushing back.
Alright, I just improv the heck out of that. I'm sorry, what did that say? Suddenly, memories of Princess Zelda come rushing back to you. But what do I say?
Now we got back our precious instrument. Suddenly, memories of Princess Zelda came rushing back.
That's not even close. I still kind of do that today. Like, I'm reading ahead to a point where I'm injecting my own words into it, which, that's a bad habit, but this was to a point where I just basically made a whole new script. Sound like I wanted to nom the ocarina. But how close the headset mic is back then, I might as well just be like chomping on it. Oh jeez, man, that YouTube throw up effect.
Now this is the only appearance of Zelda in this game. Sadly.
Yes, child, me watching this, I can do
leaving
that.
Slate
That's
of
why I should have
Hyrule,
told the
aren't you?
story. Because I know other people had the same problem. I talked to other people who did the same thing as me. So I don't know why I forgot the story.
Even though it was only a short time, I feel like I know you forever. I'll never forget the day we spent together in Hyrule.
I'm sorry, can you speak up? I go from super loud to a point where I'm breaking your eardrums to a point where I'm like, okay, the parents are asleep and it's 3 in the morning. We can't wake people up. Like, my vocal range jumped when I got the Zelda. It's too quiet here.
And I believe in my heart that a day will come when I shall meet you again.
Man, that YouTube compression really just destroyed my text. Again, these are all downloaded VODs. There's some glitchiness to it, as you can tell. Mainly just in VLC.
Till that day comes, please take this. I am praying that your journey will be a safe one. If something should happen to you, remember this song.
At this point, the game's actually louder than me. Talk up.
And she teaches you one of the most useful songs in this game. Let's play.
You can actually hear my controller clacking a bit. I did play this with a GameCube controller, and it's one of the most loud ones, so it makes sense.
She teaches you the Song of Time. Remember the Song of Time. This melody, lingering on the edges of your mind, is a song of memories of Princess Zelda. The goddess of time is protecting you. If you play the Song of Time, she will aid you. Snap out of it! What are you doing, lost in memories?
I'm sorry, I had to talk really quiet because the parents are asleep at 3 in the morning to, wait a minute, wake up time! Like, my vocal range jumped, man. This was a bad habit I think I had in the early days too, and to a degree I still do it now, where certain lines you'll read kind of loud, and then others you may go quiet on, but by today's standards, either I would adjust this now, like if I'm too quiet, it'll turn me up or down or whatever I would need to do with the hardware, or in post, just take the quiet thing and make it louder, and then it sounds bounced, instead of, I gotta turn this up to hear the one dialogue, then you get to this scene, and now I feel like I need to get a replacement set of ears, because it's too loud. So again, early days audio balancing was all over the place. Not a thing I recommend watching back with headphones, so I have a mistake. But I need to hear myself, a current me, through the headphones, so I'm going to keep them on.
Get yourself together! Getting that old ocarina back isn't gonna help us. Somebody, anybody, God's of time, help us, please! We need more time! So, we need more time, huh? Well, let's first get out our ocarina. So what does that mean? Huh? When did you get that instrument? Yeah, we take out these bagpipes. And we play the Song of Time. You're gonna be using this a lot in the game, so use it now. Now that we save, and return to the dawn the first day, this is what we're doing. And see, we had to play this long just to save the game. Well, at least it's worth it.
You're sorry for laughing at old me,
in
Matt.
time,
Don't worry, I'm doing the
use
same
all your
thing.
minor items like Deku nuts, arrows, bombs, whatever. I'll explain more on that when we get more stuff, then you understand, but you keep all your major items, like the ocarina, for instance.
I will say, man, just listening back to this, it sounds like I need to blow my nose real bad. Like, real bad. And it wasn't because of that. The headset made me sound way more nasally than I actually am. Certain mics do that. I know, I'm still laughing about the Deku Nut thing too, Matt. I never call him that. Why did I call him Deku Nut back then?
What just happened? Everything has... started over. And even the moon is back to where it should be. Or at least where it was on the first day. What are you anyways? That song you played. That instrument. That instrument! Wait, that's it! Your instrument! That mask salesman said that if you got back the precious thing that was stolen from you, he could return you to normal. Did you completely forget or what? Alright, so let's go see that salesman. Alright. Were you able to recover the precious item from the imp? Oh! You got it! You got it! You got it! You got it! Yes, I got it. Now stop, please.
At least
Then
that
listen
was
to me.
a right
Please
reaction.
play the song that I'm about to perform and remember it well.
Do I comment on the piano?
Now this song is also a useful one. This song will come in handy later on. Help heal the souls of others.
I don't think I do. I think I did my revisit playthrough.
Oh, whoops. Wasn't paying attention.
Everyone who says I play songs great, go back to 2011. That's a wrong thing to say, because I never used to.
And we play a song of healing, which will heal the souls of anyone in need. Well, starting with ourselves. By releasing the Deku scrub inside of us.
Why'd I call him Dekus? It doesn't sound right.
Yep, we are back to normal now.
Good, I got my own
Finally
Deku
human
mask
again.
right there.
This is a melody that heals evil magic and troubled spirits, turning them into masks. I'll sure it would be of assistance to you in the future. Ah yes, I give you this mask in commemoration of this day. Fear not, the magic has been sealed inside the mask. When you wear it, you will transform into the shape you just were. When you remove it, you will return to normal.
Excuse me, what?
So now we've
Speak
got
up!
the Deku mask.
I knew what I'm doing.
Now basically, this will allow us to turn back into that Deku scrub. That's good now we can turn back and forth between him and a human. It's annoying just to be him. Now, I have a film I promised to you. So please give back which you promised me. I didn't get it yet. Don't tell me. My mask. You did. Get it back. Didn't you? Oh jeez. What have you done to me?
That was a low-key
If
reaction
you leave
from
my
me
mask
there.
out there, something terrible will happen.
It's like, wait, he's gonna be mad. Oh, jeez.
The mask that was stolen from me. It is called Majora's Mask. It is a cursed item from legend that is said to have been used by an ancient tribe in its hexing rituals.
I was wondering if I was gonna get the whole thing after I screwed it up, but cursed.
It is said that an evil and wicked power is bestowed upon the one who wears that mask. According to legend, the troubles caused by Majora's Mask were so great. The ancient ones, feeling such catastrophic, sealed the
What? Fearing such catastrophic. Catastrophic what? Sir, that's catastrophe right there. I don't know how to read. And that's still true to this day.
mask in shadow forever, preventing its misuse.
Actually, now thinking about it, I might have made the same mistake for my Majora's Mask revisit playthrough. Because that goes by so fast, I think I read it as the same thing. I didn't get catastrophe, I got a catastrophic, and I had to re-record the line because I realized it later. But that's what I would do now. If I made a mistake, I'd go back and fix it. In this era, nah man, we're a one-take house in this family.
But now, the tribe from the legend has vanished, so no one really knows the true nature of the mask's power. But I feel it. I went to great lengths to get that legendary mask. When I finally had it, I could sense the doom of a dark one. Omen brewing. It was that unwelcoming feeling that makes your hair stand on end. And now that imp has it. I am begging you, you must get that mask back quickly or something horrible will happen. I am begging you, you must do it. Really, you will do it for me? I was certain you would tell me that. You'll be fine, surely you can do it. Just believe in your strengths, believe. We will do just that, and we'll continue doing that next time. Alright, so next time on The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask, we're finally a human again, so we're gonna explore this area, and maybe even new ones, on our own. So, see you next time.
I mean, that wasn't bad. I just kind of forgot a major story, and I don't know how to read. But, you know, outside of that, it was alright. One take house in this family. You mean the league? That's not wrong. We're still technically one take house in this family. it hasn't changed much. Alright, I think I'm going to jump ahead now to when we get to our first dungeon, because I did something with this playthrough. I did again in Ocarina, and then after that I kind of just stopped this idea.
And this is it.
The maps. I did this because at the time, again, I first started watching people like Chugga Conroy, and for his Zelda playthroughs, he did stuff like this, where introductions to a dungeon, he had a map, and it kind of laid things down. You got like a little bio in the beginning. I kind of did that for a little bit, but I figured after a while, it was hard for me to do this. It was hard to get the right information, and it just felt like it was redundant after a while, so I abandoned the idea, I think, going to Twilight Princess, so a year later, and I haven't done this since. Like, the most I've done is in the Majora's Mask revisit playthrough. Like, hang on, I can flash forward here a second. I'm gonna mute this. Actually, is it still on? Yes, it's still on desktop capture. Alright, I'm gonna swap here real quick. And I'm gonna grab a very specific file. I don't want to show the specifics yet, so I gotta open it here. Okay, cool. So, I still do stuff like this in a way, but not as, like, not as exact as this, if that makes sense. I'm trying to see, which one was it? Was it the... Yeah, here we go. These. This is what I do by today's standards. So this is, if I need to talk about any extra information, I will splash it up in a little, like, image like this with some extra information. Still source my credits. And this is, like, a thing I mentioned at the very end of the Woodfall section in the revisit playthrough. These are the Stray Fairy differences between 3DS and the N64 version. N64 was the base for the playthrough, so this was showing you the 3DS Stray Fairies. This is the most I do now, just extra information here and there. I won't do, like, a dungeon map in the beginning, because to me, it's redundant. There's no need for it by today's standards. So, I definitely changed that. But yeah, to answer the question going back here a moment, this was during the YouTube time limit, or at least when I was recording these videos, because they're all for a while about... hang on a second. I have an issue here in my ear. Go away. You couldn't hear that, thankfully, but my video is playing back in a different window. But yeah, if you look back at a lot of these, they're about, most time is about 14 minutes. Starting with episode 22, that's when I was recording videos after they lifted the time limit on YouTube. Because I recorded a lot of these videos around the same time period, within like a week to 2 week span. And this was right before YouTube got rid of the time limit, because it was like, what, beginning of 2011 they got rid of it? So it took a while, but I finally did change that over. And when I did, then the videos got a little bit longer. I think the longest it's ever got was maybe about 20-ish minutes at the most. I don't know exactly. Could be one of the bonus episodes that was maybe that long. It's hard to say, but for the most part, they stuck around the time limit because it just still worked. That's the wrong button. Let's go back to 4x3. We don't need me. We need this, because we want to go back to the beginning here of the video, of the Woodfall one. Then I was like, oh yeah, 40-minute video. Yeah. Cries in the next playthrough we're going to do on YouTube. There's an hour-and-a-half bonus video. Get your popcorn. I'll just say that much. Oh, probably help if we can hear me. We're going to unmute that.
And this is it, Woodfall Temple, our first dungeon in the game. Now this will introduce...
You can find this map at zeldawiki.org. Chat, can you read what that says in the bottom right of the screen? Let me guess, does it say zeldawiki.org? Oops. Kind of put redundant information there. Also, what's with that text? It's like fire text. This was one of like the default font choices for Power Director. And you can tell, because I didn't use a custom font yet or anything that's more legible. I just kind of used what they gave me. By today's standards, I would not use this, because that doesn't look that good.
The 3 things we'll see pop up throughout every other dungeon. The first is getting a dungeon map and a compass. That's going to be standard. And also, there's going to be a box.
Was this the karaoke mic again? Because this sounds very crunchy. I think this might have been the karaoke mic again. I might have just used this for the voiceover stuff for a while. I don't remember using it much past the beginning, so I guess I must have used it for some of these dungeon voiceovers too. That's why it's so crunchy.
boss key, which will allow you to get access into the boss room. And the last thing is there's going to be an item that we
No, wait, no, it's headset. I can hear my nasal. I can hear my nasally voice. This is the headset. I think I just had it too close to the mouth.
use throughout the rest of the dungeon. It's going to be really helpful. And this is not that much, just basically your standard beginning dungeon in the Zelda game, only 2 floors, so not that difficult. Anyways, on with the episode.
Woodfall Temple. We are finally here. Finally on our first dungeon. Anyways, hey there guys, it's SonicGhost's here. Welcome back to Let's Play The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask.
Failed the intro. Stop it. Go back. Go back to the beginning and re-record it. By today's standards, we don't take that in this house. El Pure League is the one-take house, but this house a multi-take house. Kind of sad there's no animated text on the screen. Yeah, give it a couple years, then I can learn how to do it. I think I could probably by today's standards. Just take a text bubble and just like yank it around.
Last time we didn't do all that much, just got a heart piece and basically made our way here. Learned a very useful song though. Now, we're trying to get ourselves some stuff in here first. Now, let's take off our Deku mask, and this is when the Great Fairy's mask actually comes in handy. I believe there was another one actually down there, wasn't there? Oh no, it was just actually just a 5 rupee. I thought there was another fairy hidden inside that bee's hive. Oh well. Yeah, but this is when we start using the Great Fairy's mask. As you saw, it has another power the fairy didn't tell us about before. When you wear it, the stray fairies will actually come towards you. They won't be afraid.
The Great Fairy does tell you that. Why am I saying the Great Fairy never told you? If anything, what I should have said is the Great Fairy doesn't mention the sparkle effect from the hair, because that is true. But the fairy says when you put on his mask, the stray fairies will be attracted to you, or something like that. I don't know why it said, yeah, they forgot to tell you this part. No, I forgot they tell you this part. That's why.
So usually, yeah, they'll do that. They'll just run away. Makes it harder for you to collect them. So, it's actually a pretty useful mask. And you do want to collect all the stray fairies in each dungeon because they do give you some pretty good rewards. Trust me. They're nice. Alright, so let's head into here now. Ugh, that stench!
Oh, that audio quality. If you're watching at home with headphones, I feel sorry for you, because I'm sorry for myself right now. Again, I got real loud at times, and this mic didn't do great with that.
This place stinks just like the poison swamp. Ugh, well, it's a good thing I can't smell it. Alright, so, if you land that water, I didn't explain this before, but just like the poison swamp, you will get hurt by that, so it's not a good idea for you to swim. And that guy actually holds a stray fairy. What do you know?
I just woke you up. Well, at least my past self had a purpose, I guess.
Alright. Now, as you saw from the little map in the beginning, yep, there's another stray fairy. There isn't all that much to this temple. It's only about, I believe, 2 floors. So, it's not all that big.
You can tell I recorded this before I did that little introduction clip from the beginning, because I don't even know what the dungeon's layout's like. And I mentioned it in the beginning. It's a simple dungeon with like 2 floors. And I'm here, I'm like, I don't know how many floors. Again, you can tell like the time period difference when I was recording specific clips.
But
oh my god, YouTube, stop vomiting. Again, that's not how it actually is presented on the platform. That's just how it was when I downloaded it. Because if we rewind and watch again, it might fix itself.
But
yeah, see, it's already fixed.
It's gonna take us maybe 4 episodes, maybe even to do this. I hope to do it in less. But
alright, post me has to come in and say, shut up past me. Here comes that text. This is what I did for a while. And to a sense, I still do this where I have to like make a correction. I don't want to re-record something because it just wouldn't fit. I'll still put a little text blip on screen, but by today's standards, I have a little sound effect accompanying it just to make it more obvious that this is like a post-edit thing, kind of separate. Doesn't have anything to do with the gameplay going on, but it's like a little interjection thing. Also, it wouldn't take up a majority of the screen. That's so big and centered. I would move it down a bit, because that is right in the middle. I can't see where I'm going now.
But I doubt it. Alright, so right over here, we're gonna get ourselves our key, aren't we? Yes, we got ourselves a small key. And also, right over here, I want to shoot down this beehive. and put on a stray fairy mask.
Yeah,
And look
comments
at
about
that.
the like going where you should be back in the early days was bad. To be fair, that still happens today, Allison, but it's like not as bad in some ways because I think now a lot of people have just kind of given up on like the comments on YouTube being read. So a lot of people just kind of they do that more in streams I noticed than actual videos. I haven't gotten comments like that in a while, but I have gotten those confusing ones of saying why didn't you do this thing when it's a video from like 10 years ago, so they don't understand the time period. It's weird, but again, by today's standards, I feel those comments have ramped down a bit, only because people know how the comment section works and they know it might not get read.
It's a stray fairy. How did I know? Alright, let's head back to that Deku flower. Barely made that. And let's go over into this room here. Oh, I didn't mean to fall in the water.
I did mean to break your ears, though. That was another nice crackle.
Oh my gosh, I can't get through. What? Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I thought that area was blocked actually by some vegetation. Oh, here are these guys again. Now, there's only one way to kill them.
Oh, this is before I knew about the bomb strategy. Because I'm thinking the only way to kill him was with the Deku flower. Sorry, Deku flower.
At least for now. Go into one of these flowers, and when they come towards you, jump out!
Alternatively, you can use a bomb chewer blast mask, and the explosion from it would flip over these turtles. And I did not know this in 2011. I didn't learn that until years later. It's technically the easier way to fight them, because then you don't have to worry about missing and getting hurt.
And they're dead. They're actually pretty easy to kill.
Man, BLC's not having a fun day.
Now we just gotta wait for them.
There it goes.
And there you go. That's another one dead.
To be fair, this works. Like, this strategy is more designed for, like, this room. There are later sections in the game where you can fight these turtles. This is a bad idea, because there's, like, no flowers, and they knew it. So, that's why, by today's standards, I use bombs. I'm doing the intended thing in this one, because I didn't know about the bomb strat yet.
It's a little while to kill these guys. Whoa! I didn't want you to hit. What? How'd you hit me twice?
Because you walked into him? How'd you... That's like saying how I destroyed my car after I had my foot on the gas pedal driving into a brick wall. How did I not realize why I got hit twice? There's the better question.
I didn't mean to walk into him.
And then I realized it.
There we go. He's dead. This room? Yeah, that's all it was. It was just fighting enemies for our treasure. So let's actually get our treasure, see if that was worth it. I just like how he has to jump in the treasure chest to actually get whatever it is that's Deku Scrub. Alright, so we got the dungeon map. Now we can actually see where we are in the rooms. I'm gonna cut ahead until we get back to the main room. See you guys then.
Why? It's like literally 5 steps away. I'm gonna cut ahead until I walk 5 steps forward. That seems unnecessary.
Alright.
Guess what? It was unnecessary. Look at where we went.
Back to the main room. See you guys then. Alright, here we are.
I cut 3
The room
seconds.
wasn't all that needed to cut, but I'm trying to save on time after putting that intro in. The little map.
This is again when I thought I still had the 15 time limit when I was doing the recordings. I didn't know how much time I had left in the video because I didn't know how long my intro was gonna be. And so I'm trying to cut out any little thing possible. Even 3 seconds I thought would be a big deal. But the transition length was about the same length as me just walking over to the door. That saved no time. Why'd I do that?
So now we got our key. Let's head through here. Take off our mask. This looks pretty light. Well, don't just stand there. Grab it and move it. Alright, I'll move it. Move it, move it. No, I'm not gonna sing that song.
Yeah, I'll
Now,
get DMCA'd.
Let's see if I can do this. No, I can't see that. There's actually a stray fairy under there, but it's kind of far away for me to hit that right now.
Before I knew it, you could bomb it.
Hey, I hit you before you hit me. I hate these guys. Like, how I had that extra range of hurting you like that. Like that. I don't know why they gave him a spin attack in this game. Oh well, let's just get our stray fairy.
That is a valid complaint still. I don't know why they have a spin
And
attack.
let's also get
It's unnecessary.
Deku stick here.
Deku stick. Everything's Deku in this.
Wait, actually, hang on. I need to move this block again. I forgot about that. Yep. Saw that bubble down there. If you didn't, we'll see it again in a second. That's that stray fairy. Alright, let's get more fire once again. Those moths go? They were here a moment ago. They're following my fire too. Oh, there they are. Yeah, for some reason here moths follow their fire. And
Follow their fire. Man, that just sounds like a weird tongue twister. Remember some people I know putting alarm in their videos? Yeah, some people did alarm thing back then, Matt. I actually, at this time period, I was using Windows 7. So on my computer, I was able to use a stopwatch widget. So I had that running. The second I started to record and was ready to do my intro, I hit the start button on the stopwatch. And then when I got closer to 15 minutes, that's when I would wrap up recording. Because then by that point, I would have about a 15-minute video to post to YouTube. And again, this was recorded in the mindset days of the time limit, so I recorded with a stopwatch going, checked over to make sure it didn't go too long, and then I stopped because for me an alarm was not as useful because I didn't want that blaring into the recording, so at least I knew about that. But I still did some kind of a timer thing even then. To be fair, by today's standards, I might do that too, because if I'm thinking of a video where I had to make multiple cuts, but I want to know how long the whole project will take, I'll probably just have a stopwatch going in the background every time I make a cut, stop it, and then resume it when I'm starting to record the proper segments again. So I still use timers to this day, but not as egregiously as I did back in the early days.
And there we go, we got our door unlocked. And now the moths are following the fire again. So let's try getting that stray fairy down here. Shoot it with bubbles. Now this is really hard to do. I usually just come back here with arrows and do this because, well,
spoil the
the
dungeon item, why don't you?
Oh, there you go, I got it. Got my stray fairy mask and bring her here. There you go, now still no stray fairy in here, isn't there? Yeah, there is. I believe it's in one of these beehives, actually. Should be that one if I'm correct.
I don't think it
Yep,
is.
that one.
No, okay. I was waiting for myself to be wrong. Just
That was
because.
easy enough.
I'm sorry to be wrong about a couple other things here.
Come on, stray fairy. Come on. There we go, we got all the stray fairies in here. And there's another one of these rooms. And with these guys, great. I think it's faster I just kill them as kid with your sword.
Or use Deku Nuts and they can be stunned. And then they can be killed very easily. I never knew the power of the Deku Nut. I'm not going to get over it anytime soon. I didn't know how to use the nuts yet, so I just ruled them out. It's like, the Deku Nuts aren't really that useful. I'll just never get them and use them. Well, they can stun basically any enemy, and including these ones, which would make the fight easier. I'm ignorant, like, no, just jump, I'll hit them. Like, no, that's the worst strategy. Even by this point, I should just at least use bubbles, but I don't even do that, I don't think.
Hey! Stop hurting me! Let me kill you! Hey!
Just shoot him with a bubble.
Oh, what the? Dude, you can't hit me after I hit you! No fair.
You know what I meant by that, Amber. I knew I was going to go with the out of context, but yeah, I didn't know how to use my nuts. There, I did your job for you.
Ah, well, he's dead anyways.
Just make a
You
clip of
plenty
that.
of Deku flowers to work with here, don't you think? Too many to be exact. Oh well, let's just get our treasure. I wonder what this could be. Alright, now we got our compass. Good. Now, as you saw in the intro, yeah, there's both a dungeon map and a compass each time we enter a dungeon. Those are where those two are located in this one. Now let's just take our fire. And, light this torch. Jump. Oh, jeez. Gonna cut ahead to him back up there.
Why? I don't need to cut that.
Alright, there we go. Better do this with the bunny hood.
It saved maybe 2 seconds. Really saving
Oh, I
those
lost
frames.
my stick. Oh, I'll get a new one here, along with some Deku nuts. I'll take it. I'll take that for $1. I just...
Why did... I don't know why I just randomly threw a Smash TV quote in there. I think it's because I was playing it at the time, but it's like, you could tell what my interests were at a certain point when I randomly throw a quote of it just in the middle of a recording for no context. You can clearly tell the interest in that time period.
like that from Smash TV.
Oh god, what is that YouTube garbo compression? Be careful. It's a lot of evil here. What? Is that even English? Let's get some proper dialogue, please.
I'll take that for $1. I just like that from Smash TV. Be careful, it's a lot of evil here. Oh my gosh, now Navi has a sixth sense. I mean, Navi Tattle. Man. Why did I
that
call
didn't
her
take long to
Navi?
play through. How many episodes was that? 10? 10 episodes. Finally
Alright.
called her
Yeah, you got
Navi
these
mistake.
little black fuzzballs around here. It's kind of hard to see them actually in this dark room. That's why I keep on doing the spin attack. Lights up the room a little bit. You can also just light the room up now with fire, but it's faster to kill these guys and then do that. I see you. Alright, you should be the last one. Wait, no, there's still another one around here. Alright, now he should be it, right? Yeah, okay, that was the last one. Now, before we get into that treasure chest, I'm just gonna light up the room real quick.
Are you sure you can tell it's a treasure chest? I can't
It's
see.
too dark, I can't see a single thing.
Even past me knows it's too dark.
There we go. And that's how you open the door here, too, so... That's not bad.
Man, that really didn't help. I can't see it anyways.
And there we go, guys.
Just
Another
capture
stray fairy.
quality.
That's all that was for. Not all that much. Alright, so now we gotta be a Deku script for this. Now we got some more of this platforming. Hopefully there's not as much failure as there was last time I tried doing this. Oh, jeez. Thought I was gonna fall. What's the other thing? Oh, there it is. Don't hit me. Oh, you hit me, of course. Cutting ahead. Oh, jeez.
Okay, I'll give me credit on that one. That's a good time to cut ahead, because if you do fall in this room, you go all the way back to the center room, and if you don't land in the water, you have to walk all the way back around the dungeon to get here. That actually saved like 3 minutes to cut. It wasn't one of those stupid, hang on, let me cut from here to here things, saving 2 seconds at most. That was an actual huge issue. So, out of the other cuts you made so far in the episode, that one made sense.
Oh, jeez. Don't kill me. Good. Cutting
Was that the
ahead.
recording, or was that the player that just
jeez.
froze on me?
Oh, jeez. Don't kill me.
Okay, it's the player. Now it's working. I was gonna say, I don't remember dropping frames that bad
Made
back
it.
in
Now
the early
I gotta
days.
wait. And wait. And wait. So while I'm waiting, I want to explain this to you. I didn't do it in the beginning for some reason, but whenever you save and return to the first day with the Song of Time, I don't know why I forgot to say this, but make sure you deposit all your rupees in the bank, or else, yeah, you lose them all. So
It took me 10 episodes in to mention the big thing of, by the way, if you don't deposit money and go back in time, you lose your money. Wow, I forgot a big detail. That's huge to kind of forget to mention. It took me a little bit to mention that in the redo playthrough for Majora's Mask, but I mentioned that as soon as we were able to go back in time. And doing that constantly. I think it was like episode 5. It's like, I waited until we reached that time a couple times, and I'm like, oh yeah, by the way, deposit your money, otherwise you're gonna lose it. It's just, well, yeah, and that's why I was just like, wait, welp, I lost a lot of money. This schmuck forgot to tell me to do so. Why did I forget for like 10 episodes worth? That's a long time to forget.
a lot of hard work would be for nothing. Yeah, I just wanted to mention that. I can't believe I forgot that in the first couple episodes.
Just same here.
Alright, so now that we're back here, now look at this. We're back in the main room. So, hey, look, a switch. But apparently it's a Deku scope or too light, so let's be a human. I don't know why we're that light, but okay, I guess that makes sense. So let's just go here since there's nothing else we can do. That's just a little shortcut back to the main entrance to the top floor.
Ruined the game for a lot of
Let me
kids.
get some more health.
Yeah, that's this whole
Maybe
playthrough in general. I kind of miss a lot of key details.
We got ourselves another enemy.
Oh, do we do the quick kill here, or do I just fight him with a sword?
Now this one actually looks challenging.
Oh, I didn't. Yeah, I
this one
didn't
had
do
to get out
the
these
quick kill
machines.
here. You could just use a single jump slash with a stick, and this Dinophos just dies in like one shot. And I guess I just didn't think of doing it back then, so I fight him with the sword, and I just have a hard time. Because this guy's not fun to fight unless you're either one-shotting him or using projectiles of some kind or stunning him. The fire is the problem. You can't avoid it. Well, you can avoid it. You can't shield is what I mean. It's hard to avoid, and I just walk face first into the fire.
Ow, yeah, this one you don't want to fight him as a Deku scrub, or else you get burned to a crisp.
At least I mentioned the
Scrub,
part
that
about the
would kill
fire
you.
being bad for Dekus. I'm
And
sorry,
you have to restart
Dekus.
this fight all over again. See, he's not all that hard, it's just... the fire is what screws you up. Later on, he's just so easy, you can take him out in one hit.
You could do it now with a stick.
Alright, so what did we just
Oh
get?
my god! What is happening? VLC!
And we got
Stop!
ourselves... the hero's bow!
I don't understand what I'm looking at anymore. It's like I'm looking through a kaleidoscope. This was not how the video is presented on YouTube. This is just VLC just having a field day with the video. Why? I'm gonna reverse that because it looked like someone actually vomited.
It's just... the fire is what screws you up.
I'm gonna throw up. I guess the person
Later
vomiting in
on,
question
he's
was
just
Matt
so
on my
easy, you can take
video.
him out in one hit.
God.
Alright, so what did we just
That's
get?
better. I don't know why it does that with these clips. It's something to do with the old file formats.
And we got ourselves... the hero's bow! Alright, now we're able to carry some bow and arrows, huh? That means now we...
Now we're able to carry some bow and arrows. Like, wait, some bow? Am I implying you get more than one bow? Because that's wrong. I don't know why I said it like that. That makes no sense.
got our first projectile weapon in this game.
Oh my god. VLC, can you please
that.
stop? It's like every time I pause, it wants to vomit.
And if you played any other Zelda game with a bow and arrow, then you know how this works basically. All you do, aim, and you shoot. A second.
Good first use of the bow in the series. You aim and you shoot. Oh, I missed. Like, I was playing on the Wii Virtual Console, and I was using a third-party game controller. I wasn't using a first-party, so take the horrible aiming Virtual Console has for this game already, and apply that with a worse controller. Like, it barely worked aiming, so it's so bad. And you can see that. I think later on in the series, I just swapped over to using a classic controller and it got better. But in the early days, I think I screwed up a lot with the aiming because my stick was terrible. This is why I don't use third-party crap.
There we
Like,
go.
most of the third-party
that.
controllers are just really bad.
And with that, we actually raised the platform here.
I think we stopped
And
right
let's
before
just
we
go
get to the boss key, too. Which is 13 minutes. I think I would have had enough time to do the boss key for the 15-minute time limit.
Drop. Come on. There we go. Come on up. And we made it. And I'm gonna stop here for now before I run out of time. Alright? So next time in The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask, we're gonna continue on and enter into this room here. See you guys then.
Man, I really tell people to go get that map. Because that's like the third time I think in this video I linked to it. At least I was good about crediting my sources, because I'm still in high school and they teach that all the time. When you're writing papers and such, make sure you credit the work proper, so, I mean, I got that right. A little too much here, though, but I had the right idea. So that's it for that video. I'm going to jump ahead again at this point. I'm trying to think. Oh, I know what I want to do. I'm going to jump ahead to episode 23, because for some reason, 23 was 2 parts. So, I'm going to jump right to that video, because this one was weird, and I say it right in the beginning. So I'm going to read the whole thing. Before starting this episode, I need to mention this. This video that I have recorded had to be converted to work with my editing software due to corruption of the original file. I think I leave this on screen about 10 seconds, and then, yeah, then it swaps over. So that means the video will be more fuzzy and of less quality. Yeah, less quality than the potato recorder we got over here, baby. I promise this is a one-time thing, and I hope this never happens again. It happens again, but not in this series. It happens, I think, for later projects. Similar things happened. And I don't know what happened back in this time period that corrupted my recording. Something about the file just got messed up after I hit stop. But I was still able to watch it. Like, I could use the file, but not really. It was weird. So I ran it through a conversion software, but for some reason, the conversion software had a side effect to it. And you'll see here in a minute. You're starting to see it. The side effect was it cropped it in on its own, and it like zoomed the heck in on the video. So like episode 23, part 1 and part 2, because I don't know why I didn't just call it 23 and 24. I called them the same thing for some reason. I don't know why. They were 2 different videos. 2 different subject matters. But the software I used back in this time period, it had a cropped effect to it and zoomed it in. And some stuff, at least with this game, had the overscan effect, so it didn't crop things off screen, but it was dangerously close. So, like, this one is probably the worst looking video of all of them because of a real bad tech issue.
Oh geez, in a graveyard at nighttime. This isn't good. Look, the dead are out. But we got ourselves this. Yay. Anyways, hey guys, it's SonicGhost and welcome back to Let's Play Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask. Last time, we got ourselves this mask and also we helped out the people at Romani Ranch. So, now we're going to use this to our advantage. What we need to do, we talked to these guys here circling the grave. But you have to wear the mask or else they'll just try to attack you for some reason.
For some reason, I mean, they see you as an enemy. Enough said.
Captain, sir! Excuse me, sir! Everyone, give the captain your attention. We haven't seen you in some time. As per your orders, sir, we've been keeping guard on this grave. We've been expecting your next order. So, we're gonna order you to open it. I don't want you to guard it anymore. Everyone, follow me!
Really exaggerated. Follow me there.
Oh jeez, they're asking for more death. Alright, so let's go down this. Go down the hole into this. Now, we gotta just go over here, because we can't do anything about that area just yet. We have to come back here on the night of the second day to access that area.
Is it me, or was that like a little interlaced looking? Like, nasty-wise? I don't think so. This game runs in 20 frames, and I've exported this in 30, so you can see if I do like a frame advance here and there. You can kind of see it in the player a bit, like the smear effect happened, but I thought I saw lines. And when you see clear-cut lines like that, it's an interlaced effect. I'm recording from a 480i source, converting the file to 480p, and things can get nasty. The video got corrupted and had to be ran through a conversion, so I don't know if I'd just seen things. It was just a nasty artifact. The 100% playthrough? Yeah, this was 100%. So I went around getting all the heart pieces, doing all the quests, getting all the masks. And at this point, we jumped ahead to right before going over to Great Bay. So this episode covers the graveyard stuff for the most part.
Need ourselves some of those arrows. And look at this! A whole room of these keys. Oh! I thought they were called keys! It's called Bad Bad. Wow. Well, apparently they changed up some of that because once before I heard these guys...
I think I was right. Hang on a minute. I'm going back to one of those quick spins. I think this corruption thing had another side effect to it. I think I'm seeing interlacing. I'm gonna mute this for a second. Yeah, right there. You can see. Alright, so the video corrupted. Had to be ran through a conversion software. And the software didn't know how to correctly handle the 480i to 480p correction thing that the capture card was already doing on its own. So, very specific circumstances, you pause the video at the right frame, you'll see this garbage. It's bad. It's bad. Oh man, I mean, I guess it's because of the de-interlacing method used by the capture card. Like, it's not your traditional Bob where it just takes every other frame and just shuffles it around. It's not blend. If anything, it's more like a adaptive de-interlacing technology, which sometimes misses some of the lines and just unfortunately bleeds through. That's why the text looks so clean, but there are certain fast movements that might not look that clean either. Again, you won't notice this until you paused it, but I notice this stuff more often, and man, this looks like crap.
Before I heard these guys being called keys somewhere else. So let's just keep on doing our spin attack, and actually, we're gonna need our arrows out probably too. We'll need them after the fight, but maybe we can use them in the fight. Oh, good, that was the last one. Never mind. Let's just check out what this treasure is. I think it's just rupees. Yeah, it's rupees. But what we really need is our fire arrows. And let's shoot each one of these little torches around the room. It's one over there. 2.
Oh, that's a torch. I couldn't
And
tell.
I can't see
It's
the
so
other
dark.
one. Thank you, box. 3. What? Hey, how'd that miss?
I don't know
we
what
go.
I'm aiming at. It's so dark you can't see it. Like, if I have to go back here. Let the first one go. Yeah, I'm aiming for, like, around in front of me there, and I can't see anything, man. I was able to see this better on my TV back in the day when recording, but on the video, it's like I'm shooting a blank in the dark. I don't know what I'm aiming at. I just happen to hit something that's in the darkness, and now switch activate. Again, by today's standards, I would jack up the brightness a bit, because you can't make out detail here. It's just all gone.
Miss. There we go. Yeah, jeez.
What? What was that? My audio just cut out. I'm like, gee. Like, okay. What was the rest of the sentence? Why did it cut out? Was that a bad audio cut on my end? Was it just a glitch? This was a glitch to recording. Who knows? But that just was what happened.
Let's just touch it from behind. And it's an iron knuckle. These guys have incredible strength, but they have pretty easy strategy. Jump back, slash. When they attack, jump, slash. But that's kind of a cheap way. When their armor's off, though, besides them almost killing me, they get stunned each time you hit them. So they're easier now to kill. Isn't it good? There, he died before I did. I did not want to die in that. Don't have anything to restore my health.
So even back in this era, I have my foot and mouth moments where I would say, oh man, you know, this guy could be easier when you do this thing, and then I almost die as I say that. So not much has changed.
Jeez, Tattle. Way to get in the way. Supposed to be a little cutscene here. I am the one who set free my soul. I serve the Incan royal family.
There it is! I was waiting for that one. Why'd I call it Incan? I-K-A-N-A translates the Incan in my head as a 17-year-old. Why? I don't know. I'm like inserting an I in here somewhere? I don't know why I called it Incan. I don't know. But for some reason, that's what I did, and anytime we got to the Icona stuff, I just called it Incan. That was the running trend this playthrough, and I make fun of myself nowadays for this. Like, why did I call it Incan? I don't understand.
I am the composer called Flat. The songs connected to the royal family that remain here were all composed by my brother and I. Oh, Sharp, my dear brother. Don't you get the pun? Flat, sharp, get it?
Yes, I do. But why'd I have to stress it so hard like I'm trying to inject it into your vein? Like, I was so fierce with that comment. Why? I get it. Calm down, me.
Enough of that. He sold his soul to the devil, and was the one who locked me in here. Oh, we got the devil worker up above, huh? You, who does not fear the dead, learn well the song that is inscribed behind me. And if you ever meet my brother, I'd like you to inform him. 1,000 years of raindrops summoned by my song and my tears. The thunder that strikes the earth is my anger. I have made my request. Alright, so let's check out the inscription here he left on his grave. 1,000 years of raindrops summoned by my song are my tears. The thunder that strikes the earth is my anger. Just like he said. Here's the song.
That's not what that said. Why? I didn't even bother to read the last line. I'm like, just no. To the song, please.
And we learned one of my favorite songs actually in a Zelda game. The Song of Storms, which apparently makes it rain inside a grave. I don't get it either. The melody that you heard before is the triumphant tune that blows curses away.
Triumphant tune that says turbulent. This is why I'm wearing glasses by today's standards, because in this time period, this is right before I got them. Like, I think, a handful of months right before I got my glasses. And some of this trippage of words is, I also think, me not being able to read it correctly. Don't ask about the Incan thing. That was just me being stupid. But this one, I think, was because my vision blurred. I have to wear glasses by today's standards to read stuff far away because I'm nearsighted. And it's gotten worse over the years, but I got better prescriptions, so it doesn't matter. But at this time period, I didn't have them yet. I didn't have any glasses, no script, nothing. So I might have read that instead of turbulent as just triumphant for some reason. I don't know why, but maybe what I seen. Still makes no sense, though.
Yeah, we remembered that. Why? It's because we've already learned it once before in the Zelda timeline. If you played Ocarina of Time, yeah, you learned it there. Well, I need that health, actually. Alright, so I'm gonna meet you guys back up here on the night of the second day. See you then. Alright, here we are, night of the second day. So now we go over to this grave. Each night, these guys circle a different grave. Alright, so now we're gonna want these guys to open this grave here. And once again, break down the grave. Then commit group suicide for more death to dead people. Okay.
Why? Why'd I go there?
Don't need that mask on anymore.
Why'd I say to commit group suicide? Why? That didn't even make any sense. For one, they're already dead. So why'd I say that? And two, I don't... Why? That just seemed like so left field, and like... It was like an instant conversation, and I'm like, oh yeah, by the way, group suicide time. It just feels like a whiplash motion in my mind. Like, why'd I say that?
Put on our buddyhood instead. And nice of them, they left us rupees. And oh no, there's a wall in our way. No, not really. This area does have a lot of invisible enemies and things like that, so...
Yeah, you know, the wall is the first enemy we see. Invisible stuff would have been probably a more accurate term, because walls, enemies, floors, you name it. Technically, Ocarina of Time created time paradox with the song, so we technically know it. That's, yeah, well, story-wise, the time paradox is that this Link should already know that stuff because he did it already. This is the Link that fought Ganon as an adult, goes back in time, and then travels to Terminal to find Navi. So that's why it's you remembered the song for like specific songs. He already knows it, but for whatever reason, he just doesn't remember it in Termina. I never explained that part. That's kind of where we go with that mentality. Also, I like that one. Yeah, we had no filters for stuff. Yeah, Matt, we definitely didn't have filters for stuff back in this era. I definitely said some stuff in the earlier days that I really wish I could take back because they are very left field and just don't belong in a video.
We're gonna need the lens of truth for this. Like, for example, visible key, or bad bat, and spiders. Hate these guys. Just take them out with arrows. Actually, are pretty easy enemies now. There you go. And yeah, some of the platforms hidden, but it's pretty obvious. How they get over there for the most part here, yeah. Oh jeez, I didn't take all out. I didn't take out all the enemies. I thought I did. Now there is no invisible wall. Now what? We blow it up! Oh, why did I look over there?
I was too scared of the explosion.
That's not the one we need to blow up. And oh look! Another iron knuckle. How good. After almost dying from the first one. I'm just gonna do that little cheat trick because I can't afford to die right now. There. Alright, just spin attack.
Smarter
Hey,
thing
you
would be
can't
to
block
back
my
away
attacks.
or
I'm Link.
crouch, but
Okay,
sure.
let's see if I can do it.
Just spin him.
Yes, I did it! The chest spawns on top of Link.
I was really excited just to be on top of the treasure chest there. Like, hey, this is fun. Look at me fly. Like, and I don't know why I was so excited. It's a cool little thing, but I had to like that was the best trick in the game at this time period.
Actually, on the bottom of him because
Oh god, stop VLC. This is getting so distracting
spawns on
now.
top of Link. Actually, on the bottom of him because thing can float above chests now. Wow. I got the little bomb icon still up there. What?
I was very amused in 2011. I don't know why. I think everything was funny. By today's standards, maybe a chuckle, but I don't think I'd be laughing like, you know. Let me tell you 17 this video. Yeah, you can see that. Definitely.
You can barely see it. But anyways, that gives you a piece of heart. So I'm going to meet you back outside the grave for our third time here. See you in a second. Alright, here we go. The final night. Now we go over to... Oh, we were at it right here. Never mind. Go over to this grave. And now we'll have them open up this one. Same procedure. Just a different night. Yeah, break down, jump through the hole, yada yada yada. I don't know where they go to though. The first two make sense. They're bottomless pits, but look through this one. There's nothing else. It's a grave. It's basically your grave.
Was that a threat? Basically your grave. Was I just threatening the viewer? Don't answer that question, otherwise this is your grave now. Like, why? Wording, man.
I'll break open these pots, see what they have for me. Got arrows, that's kinda good, and some health. I will need that, probably. We're gonna need those arrows too, by the way. And look who it is! It's our scaredy cat gravekeeper.
So excited for day of
Can't
pay
see
for
because
some
it's too
reason.
bright. What? It's not bright at all! Oh, a fairy! Oh, it was the fairy's light that... In that case, it's just perfect. I came looking for the royal family's legendary treasure, but my torch has gone out. What torch? I don't see one in your hand. Alright, so we gotta light the way for him. We'll do it. I'll
I'm
use
already
your light
skipping
as
half
a
this
wall.
dialogue.
Just light the way. We'll do that. So what you gotta do is lock on to him the whole entire time. And wait.
Wait, did that come through as a furry instead of as a fairy? My god, that microphone, man. That's so trash. Alright, I need to jump ahead here. I'm gonna go back full cam before we finish this. I need to explain how this worked. So, I still have that laptop here. I recorded with a headset using, these. The classic old 3.5mm jacks on the side of your computer. Plugged in the headphones to one, the microphone portion to the other. That's how I recorded, with one of those kind of headsets. And to be fair, those are fine. Like, I have one of those right here that I use to talk to people on Discord a good amount. Like, this is an Astro A10 headset. Like, this is a good quality headset, and posted some clips to Twitter, like funny little gameplay moments that we would have, and like I record stuff in the background with this microphone, and it's like, it sounds fine. So what the heck happened here? It's like, this is the same idea. So what happened? It was the laptop. The headset was a $20 Logitech thing. It was okay, but the problem was I never changed any of the settings on the computer when I plugged in the microphone. So one of the settings on the microphone, I think, was noise suppression, and I didn't check it off, so it was on by default. So that's why we have like very muddy audio, and it sounds very like tinny, nasally, like you name it. And it definitely distorted my voice. It took me a few months, actually, to fix this issue. And by the time I fixed it, about 2 or 3 months later, the headset broke. Then I got the USB one that I used up until like late 2013, 2014, something like that. And I didn't have this problem because it didn't have those kind of effects, which was probably for the better. But man, you can hear that noise suppression effect from the laptop's like recording functionality. You can just hear it destroy words, because if you're hearing furry for fairy, then that, oh god, that really got messed up. Get back to the video.
And he walks pretty slow. So, leave him with one of these spots and he'll say, oh, something strange, let me dig it. And hopefully, you'll get something like this. You need to find 3 of these torches, actually, so we're gonna lean them over here. What? Hey, hey! I said over here, don't walk away from me. I still find it funny how when you put on that one mask, that skull mask, he runs incredibly fast. And then here, he walks extremely slow still.
Do I notice the sound effect? Because
Alright,
I
so
think
what's
I'm
in
gonna
this
get
spot?
grabbed here in a minute.
A dud. Oh geez, that shadow, I know what it is.
Okay, I noticed at least.
Where'd it go? Never mind then. Actually, there's a... Yep, he's coming. Dang it!
Nope, I didn't hear it. Alright, I gotta go back for a sec to explain. Remember how I said in the early days I didn't have the audio going to my headphones? So I had to record using the TV's audio. Well, for the sake of it not bleeding through a headset microphone so much, because the distance between the TV and the mic was only like 4 or 5 feet at most, I had the audio turned down really low. And I couldn't see the shadow there, so I'm just not paying attention. By today's standards, this is why I use headphones. That's much easier to hear. I was able to hear that happen before I got grabbed.
I didn't think he was that close. I just heard him. That's what happens. Now I gotta do this all over again. I'm cutting ahead until I get that one torch.
At least I...
Alright, come on back, guy. Come on. Come on. Almost there. Walk faster. There you go. Have him stand on that platform, he'll rise up like that. Now we gotta go over here. What? I did not expect it, but there actually are, wall masters. No, not wall masters. I think they're floor masters. I can't remember which one of the two. But if you stand in one place too long, that hand, which...
Well, at least future me knew what it was. To be fair, even to this day, I mix up floor master and wall master, so this is still a thing I do. But yeah, officially, the ones from the ceiling, I believe that is actually wall master. I'm gonna make sure past me didn't confuse it, even in a post edit like this. Because knowing me, I would have got the wrong one. Yeah, wall master, I was right. I'm making sure, because I've had times where I made a post edit like this, and it was wrong. I said the wrong thing, and then I had to make a post edit on top of the post edit with one of those like annotations YouTube had back in the day. Which now that the annotations are gone, all those fixes are now gone too. So any mistakes in the video are a permanent mistake now. Unless I pull it, which at this point there's no purpose.
Our floor master, can't remember. I'm pretty sure it's a wall master. They will grab you and put you back in them again.
What? Hang on. No, go back.
Our floor master, can't remember. I'm pretty sure it's a wall master.
Man, I hurt my own feelings. Even back then I'm calling myself names. I'm such a nerd sometimes. Why? I think I like the fourth wall humor at this point, even for the editing style, but that just... Alright. Sure, call me a nerd.
They will grab you and put you back in the beginning, making you do all this all over again. It's annoying. I didn't think he would grab me that time. I could not hear him come until the last second. Dud! Ah, that's not cool. Alright, so, let's jump! I said, let's jump. Come on, Link. It's good. I'm
Let go of the stick and press the A button.
jumping. Because now he'll just walk right off. You know what? We'll actually try this one here that was a dud on the first try. Just because of that hand, I lost that. Yeah, this takes a while, though. Not that much to say about it. I guess I could just basically talk about other things, like, I'm happy. You can, hey, come back.
I could talk about other things like I'm happy. Thank God for no depression. I know I got distracted, but the wording was just so stupid. We could talk about other things, like my happiness.
Here, come back. As I was trying to say, I'm happy. I got myself my splitters in the mail today.
Oh, this is when I started to do the splitter setup. Yeah, that's right, because I was starting to use a different TV, so I couldn't just do the stupid TV output into the capture card jank I was doing. I had to get splitters, which didn't change anything in my video quality, but for me, I was like, this is cool, because now I have another way of doing this.
Took, what was it, 3 weeks for them to come? This is all pre-recorded, though, so by the time you're seeing this, I probably would have had them for, like, almost a month now, probably. But,
Wow. By today's logic, this would be a year ago. It's like, I'm not even kidding.
yeah, let's see if there's anything here.
Congrats, you
I'm
upgraded the
glad, 'cause
horrible
I was just
splitters.
recording this in a different room before,
Yeah.
using something else, a TV out. It was pretty uncomfortable. This is much better. Just to sit in my nice chair here and just play some Zelda.
Yeah, that's right. I remember how it worked back then, because here, let's just do a live reenaction of how I had to record back in the early days. So this is how I had to record, because the room I was recording in didn't have a chair. I was recording in my bedroom. So all I had was my bed to sit on. So I would literally just be doing this. Like, that's it. That's all I was doing. I had to sit on the edge of my bed, like, crunched up near the computer because of how short my headset cord was. So I was, like, on the edge, leaning forward for a while. It was actually very uncomfortable for long periods of time. And that's how I recorded early days, because that's the setup that worked. I had that TV with the TV out. It was the only way I could split the signal between my TV and capture card, so I had to do it that way. But it was uncomfortable. But once I got the splitter set up, I was able to get longer cables to route to the capture card, have it closer to me in a chair, like further away from the TV. So I wasn't as like uncomfortable, but yeah, like, to me that was like a revolutionary thing because of how I used to do things. It was so janky.
Alright, so go ahead up. Go up, man. Now we're gonna climb up here.
Can you demonstrate and explain in detail again? Just want to go back to the live shot. I see how it is.
Jeez. Not only he's slow, but these platforms are slow.
You just want to see me have a hunchback like Dampé again, isn't that it? Just sit on the edge of bed with headset scrunched up. This time I'm doing the word picture.
Oh, dude! Jeez! But yeah, if you guys notice anything different in the video quality, it might be the splitters, but I've been watching back.
Yeah, of all the videos I'm talking about, the splitter thing, this was the one that got corrupted, and I had to convert it, and it lost quality. Oops. I mean, even past me pointed out this, like, yeah, not in this video, don't notice any quality. This one sucks, because the video got screwed up.
Some of that stuff, and nothing looks different at all. No, don't walk off! But, yeah, the only difference is it just makes the coloring on my TV a little different because it's transferring video between this and my computer, so.
That's not actually the reason, because I didn't understand how this stuff worked back then. I was correct, it did make my picture darker, but that was because they were not powered splitters. They were just your like standard little things. You plug one end in, you get two outs, and that's it. So it was an unpowered splitter setup, and that loses quality by just sending the signal to two different cables at the same time. You need a powered one in order to do the same thing without losing any video quality, which I have one now. But yeah, back then, I didn't understand what that meant, so I just thought that was a quirk with splitters. Yeah, and we're already kind of crapping on these things. We're not even officially an episode in, and I'm already like, man, these things are cool. They suck.
Makes sense. Oh, jeez, we have that one that's near the entrance, isn't it? Yep. I should've got that one. Where'd you go? I wish you walk a little slower. Dude, if I walk a little slower, I'm just gonna be like this. Standing still.
And I wish I sped this one up. Hang on. Wait! Hang on!
Jeez.
Internet joke! It's funny! Also, I didn't spell pokey right. I just called move faster poke. What is this? Move faster poke. It's supposed to say pokey. Because Proton John joke ain't funny. I just say move faster poke. I can't. Why did I say? What the heck is a poke? Yeah, it's spelled P-O-K-E-Y. Sure.
No! Taking long enough as it is. I did not slow down time for this at all, just to see how long it takes. And we're almost up to midnight. Jeez, we might not get that much done because of this guy. Alright, this is the last spot. It has to have that fire.
Why did I not slow down time if I'm complaining about the time issue? Why is it at normal speed?
And it does! And with that, we got ourselves a ghost! It's the leader of the ghost! Yeah.
I'm sorry, was that Dampe saying that in the next building? I was a little delayed on that one. Also need an accent, yeah. I mean, even that would still not be right. That'd be pokey, but not spelled as the pokey I'm referencing.
Now we're gonna want to shoot the leader here, which is a big Poe. As you probably couldn't tell, it was big already, but couldn't tell it was a Poe until now. We must kill this thing before the moon falls. We will, probably, because that old man's not with us anymore.
Man, throwing shade at Dampe.
Seriously, how slow can you get, man, right?
So I'm not using fire arrows here.
I
Did
think
I not
this
know
guy's
they do
about
double
ready to
damage to the
die.
bow at this time? Because they do more damage. This is taking longer, and I'm already on a time crunch. I'm stubborn. I don't want to play a song.
And also, he leaves you his spirit. We'll just take a bottle here, and you can catch it. This is useful for a little thing later on in the story, but right now this is useless to us, so we're gonna lose it as soon as we go back in time. But what we really came here for is this. This is why we wanted to be here on the third day. For another empty bottle. Now we got a total of 4, and that's gonna make things a whole lot easier for us. Alright, so let's get out of here, shall we?
Hang on, I need to check those masks again. What do we have at this point? We have... I guess I got to play from here. Oh, I accidentally hit the mouse. Well, one, I didn't buy bomb shoes yet, or find them. And here, I don't have Mask of Truth yet, so we didn't even bother with the Spider House. Everything else seems about right, but... yeah, I remember. The Spider House, like, one of the last thing we did. Like, in general in the game. I waited until near the end of Majora's Mask to go back to the Swamp House. Which, by today's standards, I would either do it now, or do it around the time we get hookshot. Like, I waited till very late.
Alright,
this
so let's
game to
get
do
out
that
of here,
stuff.
shall we? We'll take the same way he did. Even though we don't really need to, since we can just warp back in time. And apparently this thing holds a 50 rupee for us. Even though our wallet can't handle it. Anyways, the guy is nowhere to be found, right? He's hiding underneath his bed. Look at that! Jeez, this guy's extremely scared of ghosts. I ain't seen nothing, and I don't know nothing. Jeez, it sounds like something you would say to the government. They're questioning you. Or
Yeah, you know. Pose, government, the same thing.
or the feds, or whoever you have problems with. So I'm gonna meet you back in the Termania field the first day.
Wait, I called it Terminia? Why did I call it Terminia? That just sounds like a disease. You guys can't believe I caught the Terminia. Why did I call it that? It's Termina. Not even close.
See you then.
And also, it just abruptly ends here because I had to split this into 2 pieces because of the weird corruption thing. Even though I could have just put it together in one video, it would have been about like a 26-minute thing, but by today's standards, that's nothing new. But I don't know why I broke it up. That don't understand me. Alright, I think I'm gonna swap over here because I gotta figure out like the next one we should watch anyways. But before we watch it, I think we'll take a quick break. I gotta get up for a little bit here anyways. But I don't know which one we should do next. I'm trying to think. Because for the most part, the rest of this is kind of a self-explanatory thing. I think what we might want to do is jump to the ending and then look at some of the bonus stuff. That'd be cool. Because everything else we kind of already got the gist of, but we'll do that here in just a moment. I want to take a quick break so I can get up, get a refill of my water, call my doctor and ask him what the Terminia is, because I feel like I have concerns. And I'm going to go ahead and come back, watch the finale. I think we'll go from there, some of the bonus stuff, and yeah. just reflect back on life decisions and mistakes. I'll see you guys here in just a few minutes. Alright, we are back. I just got off the phone with my doctor and asked about Terminia, and that explains the rash I had on my back for the past couple years. Anyways, back to Majora's Mask. Still kicking over that one. So, we were talking about wanting to watch, I think, the finale next. Like, we're jumping ahead a lot, but to be fair, going forward, a lot of this stuff is pretty much kind of what we already seen, the same setup, so I want to jump ahead to, I think, the ending and look at those bonus episodes. Because from there, that would make the most sense, so let's just make sure it's hooking. Okay, yeah, it's all good. All right, let's go ahead, swap over to the 4x3 feed and take a look at the last episode, going really far into it, and see the final boss fight. See how we handle the Majora phases.
This is it, guys. This is the end. The final battle. Anyways, hey guys, SonicGhost's here.
Is this when I turned up my mic quality to like ear bleed levels? Because man, that was loud. I might
Welcome
turn
back
down
to
the
Let's Play The Legend of Zelda Majora's
volume or
Mask. Last time, we made it up here to the moon, and we also got ourselves our last harvest piece, got rid of our masks, and also got the Fierce Deity mask. So, let's finish this and fight Majora's Mask himself.
Man, that's a fast playthrough. Do you want to see the other 10 hours? I don't. And I'm the one who made it.
And here he is, Majora's Mask himself. Let's finish this. I'm going to be going through this fight without using the Fierce Deity mask. There will be a bonus episode showing this fight using that mask. Come on. So what you want to do is try to hit him with an arrow. You get him in the back though, like this, if I can do it right. If he's gonna about ready to spin you like that, try to do the spin attack when he's near you. Alright, come on, get in my range.
I'm not mentioning the fact that in this fight, there's a bug with it when you first get Fierce Deity, where you can only use the Fierce Deity mask out of the 4 transformation ones. For whatever reason, when you get Fierce Deity mask, it locks the use of Deku, Goron, and Zora. I believe this was a bug because they fixed it for 3DS. And any other time you come back here with the Fierce Deity in your inventory, and you have all the other masks as well, like, it doesn't stop you. It's just the first time you get the Fierce Deity, it blocks the use of the other masks. But I don't mention why I'm not using the other transformations, because the real strategy is if you have access to the other forms, you want to use the Zora Boomerang here, because that's a good way to attack Majora in the back, since it will be a constant moving projectile instead of like the arrow where it's a one-shot wonder thing. It's easy to mess with. So that's the real thing. I kind of don't mention it because I don't know why you can't use it. I knew you couldn't use the masks, but I never understood why until like a few years ago.
Jeez, she doesn't want to hit me at all. Come on. Well, this could be it. Yeah, that was it. That's what we needed. Okay, you hit him enough times in the beginning, which was one hit for me, and the remains of the masks start coming out. They will try to harm you. So, you want to kill them off as fast as you can. Actually, I think it's going to be faster to kill these guys with the light arrows. Light arrows doesn't even do that much damage to Majora's Mask, same as a regular arrow, but... Ow! Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Oh, Majora's Mask will fire a laser at you, and it can kill you if you're not careful, but... Really, it's not that bad because of the fact you can use your mirror shield and deflect it. Gotcha! And... Oh, I almost had him. But that I could have actually ended it, probably.
I have this set as a limiter of -6 decibels, so loudest it'll ever get is that. It keeps on hitting it. My audio was so loud back then. Holy crap. Like, I think this is when I started to boost it, which I didn't need to do. It was already loud enough on its own, but I think I boosted it higher than it needed to be, which distorts it. That's why it sounds so garbly, for lack of better terms here.
Or at least the first stage of this fight. This fight actually has multiple stages. About 3 of them, at least. Well, not at least, that's in general. And the first stage is already done.
Yeah, a fun fact there, Matt's pointed it out. I didn't know this until a couple days ago, but apparently you can block that laser shot from Majora using the Great Fairy Sword. Both holding it forward and also just using it normally while crouching, which that one makes less sense because what you're doing is you're blocking the laser with your chest. I don't know how that works. I learned it as, yeah, Matt quoting there, Misty on stream. Yeah, I learned it in Alice's stream the other night. Just happened to work out, because otherwise that would have killed her. I don't know why you can block that with Great Fairy Sword. Doubly so with the crouching animation. That makes zero sense, but apparently it's a thing you can do.
Alright, now he's transformed into Majora's incarnation. Each time you defeat him, he'll move on to his next phase, and this one is an extremely fast phase. This is why I wish I still had the bunny hood, probably. Because of the fact... Whoa, 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 what the heck are you... Okay, that's the second time in this LP we've seen that dance. Alright, well now he's out of the way. Let's take care... Hey, he's doing the moonwalk! What the heck? That's trademarked.
That's trademark. You're not allowed to do that. Copyright police are on their way.
At least I think it is. Now if you can get underneath him and spin attack him like crazy, there you go. You're golden for the fight, because he won't even move. And we're already done with the second stage. He's a pushover right now with the Great Fairy Sword, but this form is the hardest of them all. Majora's Wrath. He'll pull out these two whips, and he'll start attacking you with them. They're really hard to dodge, and I recommend with this fight, just use your standard sword and shield, because you gotta protect yourself.
You can use the Great Fairy Sword to block this too. Also learned this past week. So, actually, you don't need to use your standard sword and shield combo here. You can use the Great Fairy Sword too. For some reason, it works. If you play Ocarina of Time, a two-handed sword is terrible with defense. You learned it there. It would make sense here, but they buffed it up, apparently.
Once again, do spin attack under him. That'll really help stun him, but he will jump away this time. Let's fire with an arrow. Oh man, I'm out of arrows. Let's restock, because we're over here in the beginning. They give you 2 pots, so this is good for restocking. Don't need the magic, I need the arrows. Let's see if we can hit him from here. Yeah, that's how it's done. Alright, so I got... Wait, what? I can't use the Goron mask here? I never knew that. I thought all these just plain...
Oh, I never tried it until now, huh? Well, that explains why I never talked about it. Yeah, you can't use the transformation masks when you first get Fierce Deity. Go in the fight. It's a glitch, I think, because they later fixed it. But, yeah, you can't use Goron here. I'm trying to use it, and it's grayed out. That's why. It's because I have Fierce Deity. If I come back here later, like a different attempt, I'd be able to use Goron.
In this game, I never knew you couldn't use that mask here. Good, I still got a hit on him. I thought I was gonna get an extra hit with this sword, but apparently not. Gotta be careful. Like that. Don't let go of your shield button if he starts whipping you like crazy like that. We're not gonna get whipped, you're gonna get dead.
That's a coldest entry. You're not gonna get whipped. You're gonna get dead.
Alright, come on. You do better than that. Oh, no, not that. I'm just glad he hasn't shot off his tops yet, because later on he can shoot off tops if you know those things can do a good chunk of damage. He should be almost dead by now. Oh, dang it, hit me. Should hit him. What? Oh,
Nice miss.
no, he's dead by now. Oh, there are the tops. I think you can kill these things. Oh, no, you can't. And they're blocking my attacks. If you get hit by one of those things, he usually will do that multiple whip. Wow, I forgot he throws you in this fight. Oh, great, now he has 2 of them out in the field. Oh, man, that was close. Oh, I'm gonna hit. We finished the fight. He's dead.
How much damage did I take in that fight altogether? Because I got hit in the very end, so I may not be fully reflected.
Oh, man, that was close.
Okay, I took about... That was 4 hearts? It's not bad. Yeah, it's 4 hearts, because I get hit here. I'm down to the next one. That's not bad. I do better in my revisit, obviously. I think I hit, like, once. But still, like, that's pretty good for me being stupid distracted with commentary.
Close. Oh, I'm gonna hit. We finished the fight. He's dead. Game over.
I guess this is where I started my cinematography styled Let's Play approach, where if we got to a cutscene, just let it play out, don't even talk. Because that's what I do by today's standards. Although by today's standards, we would make the game louder, kind of like this. That's right, future me has the power now. This is what I should have done, man.
Alright guys, we did it. Now it's the dawn of a new day. Ah, he's awake. Hey, it's Skull Kid.
Congrats to me on the past. Yeah, congrats to me 11 years ago. You did it. You beat the video game.
You guys, you haven't forgotten about me? You still thought of me as a friend?
Next on the react my old Twitch clips, man. There's like some interesting crap on that, that's for sure. Maybe at some point we could actually do that. Because honestly, this kind of react style, if I was ever going to do react streams, so to say, this wouldn't be like a standard thing, but I don't mind looking back on my old stuff for this kind of format. I think looking at someone else's thing is kind of bad, personally. I don't like doing that, especially if I don't have permission. But for my old stuff, yeah, let's laugh at a level on me. He's stupid.
Did you save me?
I'm fine with doing this. This is actually kind of fun.
I thought they didn't want to be friends with me. But they haven't forgotten about me. Friends are a nice thing to have. Could you be my friend too? You have the same smell as that fairy kid who taught me that song in the woods. I know. Let's do something. Oh, so the evil has left the mask after all. It's the mask salesman from the beginning. Remember him? Well now, I finally have it back. Since I'm in the midst of my channel...
What? The midst? I swear, I have dyslexia and I don't even know it. That's midst.
I must bid you farewell.
Okay, that was a nice compression. I must be farewell. Fixed now, but still. I seen that. Can't fool
It's
me,
a shame for stealing the mask. Shouldn't you be returning home as well? Whenever there's a meeting, a parting is sure to follow. However, that parting is not needing to last forever. Whether a parting has forever or merely for a short time.
When a parting has forever? Now I'm just making up stuff. Be forever. Read.
That is up to you. With that, please excuse me. And those are words to live by, my friends. But my, you sure managed to make quite a number of people happy. The masks you have are all filled with happiness. This is truly a good happiness. Okay, that was freaky. I don't know how he disappears like that. Well, both of you have gotten what we were after.
Both of us. Forgot about me, Link, and you, Tattle.
So this is where you and I part ways, isn't it? You know, it was kind of fun. Well, it's almost time for the carnival to begin. So, why don't you just leave and go about your business? The rest of us have a carnival to go to. And that we shall do.
Remember you 11 years later? That's a good question. Let's find out in the revisit. Oh wait, he still forgets.
Link!
Time paradoxes.
Thank you.
The end of the world was fun. It is a weird wording. It makes sense why it's said, because character development.
And
So
that,
she enjoyed
guys,
her
that
time
is
too.
the end of Majora's Mask. And now here are the credits. I'm actually gonna let you guys watch these credits because the outcome is actually different if you don't get all the masks.
Wait. I'm actually going to let you guys watch these credits. So what was the alternate timeline where I just decided you guys don't get to watch these? That's the alternate timeline right there. Why'd I say I'm going to let you watch the credits? That's kind of part of the game.
Masks, there won't be certain scenes shown. So, I just want to explain a few things while we're waiting here. First thing is, now that we have the Fierce Deity mask, and you beat Majora's Mask, the game will save. And once you go back to the Dawn the first day, you will still have that mask, plus you get all your other masks back. And now since we've done all that other stuff, you can see these events that are supposed to happen are happening, like this. This is something I don't think you can skip nonetheless, but there's some other ones if you don't get the mask for it, they'll just show the picture of the mask.
Like 9 in
And another thing I want to mention is that I will be having a bonus episode showing off some of the glitches, the secrets, and also the battles against all the bosses using the Fierce Deity mask. So now I'm gonna shut up and let you guys see these credits for yourself. I'm SonicGhost's, and I hope to see you guys next time.
That's right, shut up, me. So the rest of this is just going to be the credits on their own, which I just leave the game volume as it is, too. I don't even put it up. I'm just going to skip ahead to make sure, but yeah. The rest of these credits just play out normal. I don't do anything special. Yeah, even like the ending clip is the same. So that's pretty much it for the finale. It's pretty simple. For my first finale I made, it wasn't bad. I mean, by today's standards, I would still have done some stuff a little differently. I would have probably gave my full thoughts on the project at this time, but I just chose to explain like a handful of things and then just be quiet for the rest. By today's standards, it'd be way more than just that. So, let's jump ahead now. I'm gonna do the first bonus episode here because this is the one I talked about with the glitches. So, let's do that. Yeah, telling yourself to shut up is a pro gamer move. Right.
Hey guys, I am SonicGhost's, and welcome to a...
Wait a minute. Did I just say Sonic Goats? I had a comment that did the same thing. I had someone who commented on one of these videos, I think it might have been this one, that said that same thing. Like, did he say Sonic Goats? The new Let's Player has been born. Sonic Ghost has been taken away. Now we have the new and improved Sonic Goats. I don't know how to speak.
bonus episode of Let's Play The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask. This episode is going to be showing you the glitches, secrets, and bonuses that are in this game that stand out in my eyes. So the first one...
That stand out in my eyes. How long is this video? 8 minutes. How long is the video? For the same exact thing on the revisit. 45 minutes. I learned a lot in 11 years, let's just say that.
We're going to show glitches is, well, how to become Fierce Deity Link outside of any boss.
Try to say Fierce
So what you want to do is, as a Zora, you want to be able to stand in a body of water like this, put it on, take it off, dive under the water as a kid, put Zora's mask back on, and if you did it right, you get this dive swing command come up. You gotta do this fast enough, where you're diving.
I'm not even doing this in the right spots. This won't work.
Nope, that wasn't
you
it.
gotta do it like near the
This
coastline.
will take you a couple of
Okay,
tries
okay.
still, so don't feel discouraged if you don't get this on your first try.
Doing it closer to like Clocktown.
Alright. Nope, that was too soon, because once you do it enough times, you have to make sure you dive underwater, and then you have to hit the button where your mask is equipped. It's pretty hard to pull off. Let's see if I can get it this time. Nope. I'm gonna cut till I get to getting that right.
Wait a minute. I'm gonna read that in a minute past me, but hang on. I went to 8 o'clock. How much did I skip ahead? Oh my god. That took me how long? That was like a good 3 minutes at least. Because of how the time slowed down like this, it would be about 2 to 3 minutes going to 8 o'clock. Oh my gosh. That took forever for that trick.
Times, you have to make sure you dive on.
Oh, the VLC kind of broke. Yep. Hang on. I'm gonna have to... Can I...
Pretty hard.
Won't let me stop.
It's pretty hard to pull off.
Why is this so broken? All right, there we go.
See if
I'll
I
let
can
it
get
go
this
from
time. Nope. I'm gonna cut till I get to getting that right.
here. So what do I say here? 'Cause it's something about me. Yeah, it's me forgetting a part of this trick. Then explain this part. When you press the die button and the button you mask is equipped on, you have to swim in place until you roll. Kind of a key thing to forget about, because that's another part of the glitch.
Okay, there we go. I got it. It is really hard to pull that off at times, but once you get that, here's what you want to do. When you barrel roll, swap the Fierce Deity
Called a
mask with your
barrel roll?
Zora's mask.
Not Star
And then
Fox.
put it on. And there you go. Now your Fierce Deity Link outside the boss rooms. As you can tell, a lot of glitches are going to be happening on with the camera angles and everything. Because you're not supposed to be out here. For one, your lasers will not work on anyone else. For two, if you talk to certain people in Clocktown, like the bombers or the guards, your game basically... Actually, the guards won't let you out. The bombers will freeze your game. So you gotta be careful. And don't go to the shooting range and talk to the owner there, because then he'll also freeze your game. Alright, so next glitch is in Iconic Canyon.
Wow, that's all I do for Fierce Deity anywhere.
Oh, and
That's
the
like,
first things
that's
first, if
nothing.
you ever want to just turn back to standard Link,
I
go
got
into
like
a body
4
of water.
levers.
And put on your Zora's mask, and there you go. So now we're back to normal.
That took me like 5 minutes to set up, and all I do is kill 4 levers and say, "Don't go the clock down." As Fierce Deity Link. Why? I could have done a heck of a lot more with the form. I could have showed what happened in clock down with those soft locks. I just mentioned it and said, "All right, going back to human now."
Alright, so now I'm gonna meet you guys in Iconic Canyon. Alright, here we are in Iconic Canyon. Back over here at the stone wall, and let's say you scared off Sakan during the Anju Cafe side quest, or for some reason you just want to do this right away. Well, I'm just doing this on the night of the final day, but you can come in here anytime. That crack in the wall, what we're gonna do, run up to it. You get your angling just right, you'll jump right through, and then you have to do a jump attack in order to make it in fully. Just don't fall off the edge.
What? Don't fall off the edge. What? I think I was having a mid-stroke. I don't understand why I dragged that out.
It's really hard to get your angling just right to fit in that crack, but it can be done. I've done
There's
it
a setup to make
multiple
this easier
times.
today. This is not as
So
hard
that's
now.
gonna take a little finesse. There we go, we got it. Okay, didn't have to do a jump attack. Okay, good. Well, we're in Sakan's hideout, and if you're doing this on the night of the final day,
Just day 3 in general doesn't mean it needs to be night. You can do this in the daytime too.
and you haven't even done the side quest yet, Cafe's here. And he's actually wearing his Keaton mask. So, I'm gonna meet you guys now at Romani Ranch. Alright, right before we go to Romani Ranch, we're back
Romani's
here
Ranch.
at 12:15 Northern Clocktown. And now, there you go. Sakan stole the old lady's bag. This is the bomb lady. So, there's actually a little secret to this. Shoot with an arrow. He blows up!
Yay! Genocide! I was really excited for that.
Oh, that's so sad. He explodes. Oh, no, I learned my lesson. I thought we would finally be able to stop bomb bags in our shop. Yeah, it's too bad the guy explodes and dies. Oh, man, that's just sad. So now I'm gonna meet you guys actually at Milk Road, like I said I would. Alright,
This is
guys,
not
we're
even
back.
glitches
I've
anymore,
already
it's just
completed
secrets.
a portion of the side quest here. What we are doing is we are going through the side quest here in the Romani Ranch. Now we are taking our way through the Gorman racetrack. And if you're wearing the circus leader's mask like I am, there's a little extra treat they give you in this little portion of the side quest. It's
can't
not all that big
Did
of
I
a
show
thing
this
to really
off with a
talk about, but it's helpful.
Is it? I might have, but it's like it's so
Especially if you're doing
faint.
this in your first time
That was a
around.
year ago I recorded this portion. I feel like I probably did, because I know I would have talked about this.
Okay, we're ready. Now,
Calling the
when
big
you
and the
start
hard
this,
for voice acting. I don't think they want me to write these scripts and narrate it. Just saying.
you will still have the same exact task you had before, shooting the gourmet birds, keeping them away. But now when you wear the circus leader's mask, look! They're not even coming after you. They're staying far behind. So you can just sit here like this the whole entire time, and you can win. But there's actually one other thing that I really want to show you guys that comes out of the side quest after you do it the first time. So I'm going to meet you guys at the end of this. Alright, we made it. And then she gives me a huge rupee. Wait a minute. That's not the outcome that's supposed to get. You're supposed to get something else.
That is the outcome you're supposed to get. That's one of two. That's two of them. You got number one.
I guess I'm trying this again.
It's random.
Alright, we did.
It's a 50-50, which you get.
Crimea here won't be able to give you anything else. You'll get this cutscene.
Am I gonna read this, or am I just gonna stay here looking at her awkwardly? Because I feel like it's the latter.
Mr. Barton was happy to get his first
there
delivery
he
in
is.
quite a while. Thank you. We were pretty cool. This isn't very big, but accept my thanks. And she gives us a nice hug. Aww. You did. You helped Crimea. You feel all warm and fuzzy inside. You can get used to this. Yes, I could. I'm sorry about giving you only...
See, with comments like that, I don't think Nintendo wants to hire me. That already just sounded dirty.
this. You already have Romani's mask, don't you? It's proof of a Milk Bar membership. Chateau Romani is a little expensive.
I call it Chateau? Chateau? I mean, close enough, but it's Chateau. Chateau Romani. That sounds like a whole different drink.
But please try it at the bar. Oh, great. Now she's telling kids to go drink at the bar. Luckily, it's just milk.
Calling the cops. Good idea. After this policy.
Okay, never mind. It's not flickering anymore. That bubble over there was flickering a couple times, so... Now, I'm gonna meet you guys actually in front of Milk Road's entrance.
That's why I take her to the Takery
You
thing.
see this bird?
Yeah,
Well,
I never
bird
showed
that can
this in
steal
the actual
items from you,
playthrough.
but there's actually a nice little thing he has inside of him. So, when you once you have fire arrows, this is made so much easier. You can just do this with regular arrows, doesn't matter. You can also do it with your sword, but I highly recommend a projectile. Alright, let's try it. There you go. You hit him 5 times with the fire arrow, so he goes down pretty fast. You want to kill this bird? Wait, he's not dead yet. Yeah, he's still alive. He dead after this? Yes, he is! And once he dies, he leaves behind an orange rupee. What this is 200 whole rupees. So that's a great way to rupee grind. Just hunt this guy down.
There are better ways to do this early game. That's probably pretty good. Once you have light arrows, this is a terrible idea. Because you can farm off bubbles instead, which is way faster. But this is, I think, what I did for the most part when I needed money in Majora's Mask in the early days. I just killed this bird constantly. Got his 200 rupees. Just kept on going back and forth and did the same thing. Which works, to be fair. It's just later on, like I'm talking like at this point when I have all the items. This is still a fast way for money. And at this point, it's not. You could just use light arrows instead.
Alright, so that's going to be the end of this video. There's not that many secrets really to show now. I basically showed them all. And the next bonus episode will be showing all the boss fights as Fierce Deity Link. See you guys then.
Alright. Do we want to see the Fierce Deity roundup? That's about 10 minutes. Yeah, sure, let's do it. Let's see my attempts at Fierce Deity fights, because this is before I knew better ways of fighting certain bosses, so why not?
Hey guys, I'm SonicGhost's and welcome to the second bonus episode of Let's Play
There's only 3
Legend of
bonus
Zelda
episodes,
Majora's
so I'm gonna look at all
Mask.
3 of them.
This time, we're going to be looking at all the boss fights as Fierce Deity Link. As you know, we already got the Fierce Deity Link mask right at the very end of this Let's Play, so let's see how it looks. Oh man, that looked cool. And you become a giant Link. Basically, adult Link from Ocarina of Time. So now let's take on our...
Because it is. This is a beta thing turned into a real item. That's why. I didn't know back then about the adult Link concept for Majora. I didn't learn that until a few years after I recorded this. So I had no idea what Fierce Deity was even supposed to be referencing. I just figured this was a reused thing that they repurposed into something else. They already had the adult Link model. Might as well change it a bit, which they technically do. but I didn't know the origins of Fierce Deity yet.
First boss in the game, Odawa. Yep, things are still the same as they were before, but now it's Fierce Deity Link. This is gonna be a breeze.
I keep calling him Deity.
Now with our laser ability, we're able just to do that. Just keep on firing and firing and firing, and he's already dead. And see, that is why I went ahead and got myself the Chateau Romani milk, because I'm gonna be keep on using that laser ability. That's really when these boss battles become easy, with that. So now I'm gonna meet you at God's boss battle. Alright guys, we're here in the God boss battle, and let's do some freeze God, and put on our Fierce Deity mask like always.
This fight's bad with this form, and you're gonna see why.
And now,
I struggled in this one, if I'm
this
not
fight
mistaken.
is actually, to me, a little harder as Fierce Deity Link than fighting him normally. So it's gonna be a little more tricky for this battle, but you can still beat God as Fierce Deity Link. And just take some time.
Yeah, it does kind of, like, looking back at this, I think, yeah, we're right on this. I'm saying got like G-O-T got, not like goat. So it's like, I got him. The goat. I got the goat. So I'm definitely missing out on the right pronunciation of his name.
I just love the increased speed that you can get those Fierce Deity Link. Should be coming around that way. It's basically almost like the same thing as trying to do the arrow trick, where you can stand on a ledge here and keep on shooting God with arrows. It's almost the same. Alright, where is he? Should be coming by now. Here he is. See, that does a lot of damage. Alright, where'd he go? Come on, God. There you are. Man, he's almost dead already. Jeez, I didn't know we dealt that much damage to him.
Had a better time with this
These
boss
fights
than I
are
remember.
extremely easy now as Fierce Deity Link.
Like, the problem with this fight in a rematch for Fierce Deity's mask on is, since Got's all around the arena, I'm gonna just, at this point, just gonna call him that. Like, since he's going all around the arena, there's no easy way to confront him with Fierce Deity. You have to wait for an opening and then just target him to wail on him with sword beams, so it's not the best to fight this boss with Fierce Deity. And if you're not careful, you can just miss a lot of shots and he can just charge you instead. It's like, it's not a good fight for this. And I remember in my Redux playthrough this, the revisit, I had a harder time recording this. I guess I had an easier time back in 2011. So I got a better boss battle, I guess.
The damage he does, but also because of his range is fantastic. See? God's already dead. Alright, so that's 2 of the 4 main bosses down. And now, I'm gonna meet you guys at the Georg boss fight. Alright guys, we're back at Georg's boss fight. Now it's Fierce Deity Link. Now this one's actually a mix between easy and hard. It's one of those fights that, it's modest. Because you gotta stand on the edge like this and keep on firing. This is the problem though. When he gets down there, good luck trying to hit him. You can hit him at first most of the time, but it's the second hit that can never go in.
Yeah, this is awkward. The real strategy is that you don't want to hit Georg as close to the platform like I'm doing here. If you can get him like a little further away, it's easier to hit him with a sword beam. Although if I backed up further on the platform and then started to attack with the sword, the beams could just go straight through the platforms and hit the boss. So I'm not doing this ideally anyways. I should wait for the boss to be further away before I hit him the first time, and I should move further back if he's so close to the arena to hit him with a sword beam. So this one I struggled on just because of bad shots.
Come on. I'm gonna let him get up because I don't know where the heck he is exactly. I know he's down there. Oh, there you are. There you go. Make sure he's just pretty far back though, and then just fire away with your lasers. Alright, where'd he go? Now he's somewhere else. I think we can actually get rammed. Oh, there he is. Yeah, got you before you're even around the platform. And he's already dead. He's, like I said, he's easy at the same time, kind of hard if you just can't get your aim right, but it's mostly just easy. Okay, so now I guess I'm gonna meet you guys at the twin mode fight. Alright, here we are at the twin mode fight. And now, this is the fight that's actually going to be another one of those weird fights. It can be easy at the same time hard, because
I don't know why I say this could be easy. It's not. It could be if you use a glitch in this fight. If you use a glitch called Equip Swap using the Giant's Mask, you get this weird side effect where you can become Giant Link, but use any of your items, which includes transformation masks like Fierce Deity. Then this fight's easy. But that's if you glitch. I didn't know about this back then. I didn't even know what that was, because Equip Swap wasn't discovered yet. So I don't know why I'm saying this could be easy, because the problem in this fight with Fierce Deity is you can only hit the tails, because that's what you're locking onto. And that is like next to impossible to do with how far away this boss is. So I don't know why I'm like, oh, this could be easy. This is probably the worst boss out of the 4 in Termina to fight. Like, Majora is his own separate thing. There's like 3 different phases. Each one has its own strengths and weaknesses, but that entirely is easier. Fierce Deity. Aldalba's pretty easy. God could be hit or miss. Gorga's pretty easy. This one is just bad. Like, this is hard. I don't know why I'm saying it could be easy. It's not.
so once again, you gotta get your aim just right, but the problem is, these guys move around so much, it's hard to actually hit their tails, or even their heads. Also, you're aiming for the tails, though. Whoa! I can't see where I am. I'm not even hitting one of these dang tails. I don't know if I can hit that tail.
I don't understand why I said this could be easy. This is hard.
Oh,
not easy
I hit
at
that
all.
one. See, this is the time where the boss battle is going to become hard a little bit because of the fact that you just can't hit them. I think this is probably the hardest fight with Fierce Deity Link because of how hard it is to hit their tails. Yeah, see? I'm kind of doing some damage. Come on, there you go. Still does a ton of damage, though. It's just hard to see that right now. Come on, tail. Stop moving so much. It's too far away. And he spawns right on top of me. That is cheap. Come on. Just come on, tail. There you go. The first one's dead. Now we have to worry about the second one. Well, I already got 2 shots into him, so that should just hopefully speed it up. Same way they die. Except now they look huge compared to us. Okay, where's the other one? There he is. Way too far away for me to get right now. Dang it. Wish I could get him. Oh, can't reach. Tail's too high up in ground. In ground? What?
At least I realized that sounds something weird.
Yes, I'm correct. Come on, there you go. Got a hit. I'm gonna be lucky if I get one of these hits on the side.
I'm noticing a lot in this that I am heavily breathing, which, to be fair, that's a bad habit I have in general. If I get really into something, I might get, like, super heavy breathing into the microphone at that point because I'm not paying attention. And with a headset microphone at that point, like, it is, like, inches away from your mouth, so heavy breathing is heavily picked up on one of these. That's why nowadays, got a microphone that's further away from me. It's not as big of a problem, but back in this day, it was really bad because of the headset mics. It wasn't until around 2014-ish when I stopped using headsets entirely that got a little bit better. It fully got rid of that effect in general in my videos and streams around like 2017-ish time when I started using noise gates, because then I just didn't have to worry about if it got picked up because it would just be cut out at that point. But at this time period, I didn't know what the heck a noise gate meant, so I didn't use any effects. This is just raw audio. And with a mic like next to my nose and mouth, if I'm heavily breathing, it's coming through the recording. And it was really bad in this time period.
Nope, missed him. Where is he now? Wow, why did they put him so far away? Yeah, that screwed that one up. Wait, but what? How did I unlock from him?
He's too far away.
Okay, I can get this
It's
guy.
not paying
I can get
attention.
him now. Yeah, there we go. He's dead. He kind of dragged that one out. So I guess the final boss we get to see is Majora's Mask himself. So I guess I'm gonna meet you guys there. Alright, here we are. The Majora's Mask boss fight, so let's get this one started. Now, this boss fight, in my opinion, is the most fun actually with the Fierce Deity mask. The first one was way too easy. That one was kind of here and there. The Georg one was just easy this time. The Twin Mode one, well, that was just hard. I don't like that one, period, with the Fierce Deity mask. But this fight, on the other hand, this is a fun fight. In the beginning stage, you have kind of almost what you have with Odawa. And you just gotta keep on firing. The remains will come out like they did before. And now the remains can be taken out, I believe, with one shot. It's that good. Yeah, one shot. Oh, they're already all gone. Nice, so it's Majora's Mask. There he is. He should be dead after this next hit. There we go. He's done. Now let's see the next form.
Oh, I'm also noticing that. Again, I'm gonna go back. Headset microphone right next to mouth. If there's any like lip smacks or just like those sounds, like you'll hear it get picked up no matter how quiet it is. It's like a strong slap sound. I don't know how that came through my noise gate. Normally it cuts it out, but I was being extreme on that for a reason. With a headset mic, that gets picked up beyond belief. Never cut them out. I look back at this stuff, and that's like, to me personally, one of the things I hate the most is lip smacks. It's just if you're listening to someone with headphones on and you hear that, it's just like a loud click sound. It's a personal pet peeve of mine. It's a quirk I don't like. So by today's standards, I hear that and it just drives me nuts.
Alright, now this form's actually kind of tricky, but it's not that bad at all, actually. When he's almost right in front of you, just fire one of your laser beams at him, and then just keep on firing. And he's already done. Now this is the fun portion. Right here. Now you know how painful those whips were before for you. Now they're not going to be that much of a problem because you can just keep on stunning him. But when he jumps around and does those twirling attacks right next to you, it's bad. I'm just glad this sword can actually block his attacks.
Wait, I'm just thinking about something. I knew about the Fierce Deity sword, which is a two-handed weapon, that could block attacks, like the whipping from Majora. So why did I never think of trying the same thing with the Great Fairy sword? Because it's the same concept. I'm surprised. I've never knew about that until literally this week. And it's the same exact kind of sword. I knew about one, but not the other. That makes no sense to my mind. Sure.
Alright, come on. You're going down, Majora. And he's already dead. So see, the fights are actually much easier now with the Fierce Deity mask. And that's all for this bonus episode and for the bonus episodes in general. So I hope you guys enjoyed this. And I'll see you guys next time.
And that's it. That's all the bonus episodes, huh? That's every single bonus episode. There's not another one left at all. Oh. Oops. Alright, so I'm going to jump ahead here a bit. So, I was right. That was the final bonus episode, or at least the one that was planned. Starting with year 1, whenever I hit one of those Let's Play anniversaries, I recorded a bonus part of a previous project. So I went back to a game that I did that past year. I recorded something I didn't do originally, and that was the tradition up until this year, actually, where I went back and revisited an old project. This year I stopped doing it because I kind of ran out of stuff at this point. We've gone back and covered a majority of all of the games that I want to just look at, like, piece-wise, with bonus content. If I'm going to go back anymore, it'll be like with Kirby Superstar or Majora's Mask, where there'll be a whole new redo playthrough of some kind. So this concept now, by today's standards, is kind of a dead idea. I can't do this anymore because I ran out of games. But this is what I did. This was me in 2012, technically. So now the stream title is technically a lie. It's not watching back my videos from 2011, watching back my Majora's Mask video from 2012. Because this was for the 1-year anniversary.
Hey there guys, I am SonicGhost, and welcome to a bonus episode of Let's Play The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask.
You can also hear the audio quality change because now I'm using this Logitech headset. This one was better than the other Logitech headset.
Today, we are looking at the 4th day glitch in a game. Now, what is the 4th day glitch? It's a little glitch that they put in the game where if you wait till the very last second on the night of the 3rd day and you look inside that telescope and try to get out of it, you will bypass the counter on the bottom hitting 0. It will be completely gone, and it will be dawn of the 4th day, technically. It's really hard to pull off, and this is actually post-commentary because of that, because it took me forever to get this to work. But
Oh yeah, the time of post-commentary where if I couldn't do a thing in the game, I had to record it and then do a voiceover later. Because something like this, I would be resetting. I covered this again in the redo playthrough I just did last year, and that was live. I didn't have to worry about it. But to be fair, I was using the practice ROM KZ, so I had save states to work with, like macro hotkeys and all that. So I was able to, if I failed it, immediately load the game back up in the exact state I needed and try it again. I didn't have that luxury at this time period. This was on hardware. I was playing on a Wii. I didn't have save state access. There was no practice ROMs yet, so this was just, if I failed, I would have to wait until the very end of a 3-day cycle to try it again, which at that point would take like close to 10 minutes every attempt. And the best you could have done at this time would be to save an owl statue, copy the save to a different file, and then load that save every single time you would fail. Which, even that's still like a 5-minute adventure at least. So it'd be hard to do this live.
finally got it, and I recorded it. Because I wanted to do this for my 1 year of Let's Playing, since this was my very first LP. And it was, in my opinion, one of the games that really, it just got me into my style of commentary I have today for the most part. It introduced me to how this would work and everything, and I just have a lot of memories with this LP. So I wanted to go ahead and just make this bonus episode. And this was one of the last things I did not show off, and I showed off most of the stuff actually when I did the actual LP of this game last year. So, right now I'm going to go ahead up here and get ready to talk to the old man here. But once it hits around the last 10 seconds is when I'm actually going to talk to him. So, just gotta wait 20 more seconds, come on. Yeah, it's a better idea to wait until the very last second to talk to him. Because
It doesn't matter. You can talk to him when the final hours start ticking down. It's just the next step in this glitch is where the time period actually matters. You actually going in the telescope, you could do it whenever. Just as long as a cutscene doesn't bring you out, which at that point, just go in like midnight onwards. It doesn't matter.
Because some time does go by when you're inside the telescope, but you can't be too careful. So right here, once it hits around 5 to 2 milliseconds, you have to hit B to get on the telescope. So right now, and there you go. I did it. That is really hard to pull off if you don't have good timing. So you just have to keep on trying until you get it. It took me at least 10 tries to get this. So during the 4th day, as you notice, there's no moon. Technically there is a moon, but it's way up there in the sky, so you can barely notice it.
I didn't know how this worked back in this time period. There's a reason why there's no moon, or at least there doesn't look like one, because as I just said, there is one, but the moon's super high up. It's a very small pixel. This is not the 4th day, as what everyone called it originally. This is actually like the beginning of the 7-day cycle that was in Majora's Mask originally. Because this game was planned to be the 64 DD. Like, that is the platform it was going to be on, not a cartridge. So with the extra disk space, they could have had a whole week instead of 3 days, but when they shifted the game over from disk to cartridge, they had to cut that idea. They had to shrink it down enough to fit on a standard N64 cart. But there is some remnants in the code of the original 7 days, and this 4th day glitch is one of those little remnants. This is technically day 1 of the 7-day cycle, because day 3, I think, is like day 4 or something like that. I still have a lot of my Majora's Mask notes from the Let's Play I just finished. I think that is like a keynote of it. I'm going to make sure real quick before we go on. Episode 4. Yeah, here we go. So, originally, this was a whole 7-day cycle. And I need to see how much, again, this was. Yeah, so technically, the 4th day glitch is like early cycle. Like the very first day. Day 1 of what the game originally had would have been like day 5. That was 7.
Another thing you gotta know about the 4th day glitch is when you do this, you cannot pause the game at all. So throughout this whole entire video for me showing off what you can do in the 4th day, those items I have equipped are the only items I can use.
That's also wrong. I didn't understand how this worked. This 4th day glitch, when you first trigger it, you're screwing up how the cutscenes play out, so you can't pause the game. If you advance time to trigger another cutscene, which at this point would be like the night of the X day cutscene that would pop up next, that would fix this issue. So if I went to a scarecrow right now and danced the night away, then I would be able to pause the game. If I tried to play the song a double time, the game would just soft lock on me. I wouldn't be able to do anything. So that's why at this time I didn't understand that. And I would just use whatever items I have equipped, which, to be fair, is not that big of a problem if you're not going to use anything extra. But if you do want to fix that, just talk to the Scarecrow, advance time a bit with him, and it fixes this issue.
So to demonstrate this, I'm going to go over to Woodfall, and we're going to check out me fighting the boss of Woodfall Temple. I'll just keep it in. I'll keep everything in, because I do have a story to tell about this game I never told in the actual LP.
Oh, is this when I tell the story about the bubble thing with Skull Kid? Because I didn't tell it during the original Let's Play, but I thought I remember doing this in like one of the bonus videos, because for some reason it just popped in my head.
I don't know why I never did, but I want to show that you can still do a lot of the stuff that you were able to do in the normal game by itself, like going into a temple like this and completing it, fighting the bosses, and it's mostly just the story progression you can do, like a good amount of it. There are certain things you can't do right now in the 4th day, like you can't talk to certain people because they're not there, or because it's past their time that you are allowed to talk to them. Like you can't do the Andrew Cafe side quest at all during this, for example, because it's on set times. That's an example of something you can't do, something you cannot do because of the time now gone. But I'm just gonna go ahead and just fight Odawa here really quick. Jeez, don't screw up on the name, dude. Alright, go to the boss. But there is a story I'm gonna tell about this game during this little fight. And it is actually about my first time playing this game. I remember this so well. And there's something I don't know why I didn't think about when I was playing the game. The first time I ever played this game is when I first moved to Florida in around 2001, early 2002. I don't remember exactly when I rented it, but there was this video store that was about 5 minutes away from where I lived, and they had some games to rent for the N64, and one of them was Majora's Mask. I decided to rent that one day, and I played it for a good amount of time, but I had a problem when I was playing it for the first time. Oh, by the way, Adal was already dead. I mean, he was a joke.
Man, you can tell this boss fight's so much of a joke from telling my life story in it.
But when I first played the game and started up a new file, I tried to get through it as much as I could, but I got stuck in the very beginning of the game. In the very beginning, when you play as Deku Link only, and you have to get your ocarina back from the Skull Kid, I was able to do everything up to the point of getting up to that clock tower the night of the final day. Once I got up there, I had no idea that I could shoot Skull Kid with a bubble. And as a kid, that always haunted me because I couldn't believe I wasn't able to figure that out. To me, it wasn't obvious back then. I didn't know you could do that. I wasn't thinking. And I still was able to play a little bit of some of the dungeons because when I rented the game, it had another save file on there, and I had a good amount of the game already beaten. So I was able to explore places like Woodfall and such. So I had the feel of how the game actually was. But it took me until about 2006 when I talked to a friend who played this game, and I told him as a kid I wasn't able to get past that part. They told me exactly what I needed to do, and actually after hearing that, believe it or not, I went out on eBay and I got myself Legend of Zelda Collector's Edition for the GameCube because I really wanted to play this game again, and I wanted to go ahead and beat it properly, now knowing the information. So I did.
I kind of neglected in the story to mention this said friend in question. Once I got past that point, I told him I had a 100% save file on this. He wanted me to give him my GameCube memory card. I told him, no, man, I don't want to do that. Because at the time, I had issues lending stuff with friends. I had one who just kind of tried to steal my GBA link cable and bonus disc for Pokemon Coliseum. Because you couldn't buy the disc since it was a bonus thing. And he tried to steal it after he borrowed it from me and just tried to keep it. So at that point, I started having trust issues with people borrowing stuff, so I told him, no, I'm not comfortable with that. Then the guy kind of bullied me for the next couple months. He bullied me because I couldn't give him a save file for a video game. Man, kids are petty. Needless to say, that didn't go far, and the kid didn't really get anywhere. Let's just say that much. Like, he learned quickly after that it was a stupid idea and just kind of stopped.
That's my big story with this game. I don't know why exactly I didn't think of telling you guys this in the actual LP. But, yeah. It's just something that slipped my mind, I guess, because back then I didn't know what I was talking about as much. So
I think we can agree with that for the past, 3+ hours of us watching this. I definitely don't know what I'm talking about half the times. How you guys enjoying me going around Terminia right now?
I just want to show off real quick. You go here in Romani Ranch, for example, on the 4th day, and you're going to notice not only are both paths open, but also, there's no one here. There's going to be a lot of people in the story and such that are not going to be here at all for some reason. Which is kind of funny because on the 3rd day, everyone's supposed to be here at Romani Ranch hiding so that they won't get hit by the moon falling down. And no one's even here on the 4th day, so it's like, what happened? Alright, but I'm going to take Epona now and go.
What happened is that this is not technically the 4th day, Dawn of a New Day. This is very beginning of the cycle, so this is before they even put the characters in yet. Story-wise, yeah, I don't understand why they're not here, but you're not supposed to be here, so there is no story. Gameplay-wise, they don't have the characters in this said location yet. It could have been somewhere else at the planning stage.
Go back to Clock Town, because I want to show off some things we could do there real quick. Alright, so on my way back, and I'll just take Epona because that'll be a little faster. I do like the 4th day though, and there are some nice things about it, but there is some things that are kind of messed up about it. Like the not being able to pause, that's kind of annoying. I heard that you can pause the game after about 10 minutes in this state, but I don't think you can.
Again, you can. It has to trigger one of those dawn of or night of cutscenes, and then you'll be able to pause the game. So fastest way is just, again, go talk to Scarecrow. You try to play a song double time, it freeze.
So that's a problem. Alright, so I think we'll just go ahead and go in from the west side here. And as you see, well, everything out here is just fine. Nothing's messed up. So that's good.
Everything out here is fine. Nothing messed up. Have you looked up recently? The sky is purple. That's not normal.
And unfortunately, Epona, you can stay here. You can't come in with us. Maybe one day I'll come back and show the glitch where you can use Epona and use items on her, but I'm not going to.
Yeah,
you can still talk to the guards here. They're still here and they'll let you go out, but no one in the town's here. Except for him, the guards, and then the banker. But none of the other people are here too, which is kind of odd. And as you notice, there's no center platform there, and
I was really not understanding what should have been in front of me. Like, what was this thing in front? What is the item? There was a thing here. It was something. A center platform. Like, it took me a while, man. Surprised it took me that long.
as you can see, barely, but there's the moon up there still. So like I said, that moon's not completely gone. And over here, still no one around, still no one. There's boxes though. You talk to a box. I don't know why you would talk to a box, but you can. But Jim is here. He matters. I don't know if you can still play the little minigame with the bombers, but I don't know. I'll have to try that one day on the 4th day and see if it happens.
I don't think you can because the other bomber kids aren't really here. I don't think that works. I never really bothered, to be fair. I haven't explored the 4th day too much before the bigger bonus episode I did more recently, but a lot of stuff like that just doesn't work because a lot of the characters just aren't here in Termina. So I would imagine same kind of principle applies with the bomber kid quest.
But we're not going to try it here. No need to. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go up to the moon here, and I'm going to go inside of it real quick because I want to show you what the moon looks like on the 4th day. Because it's actually pretty messed up. And you're telling all this information to us that even though we've beaten the game about a year ago. Thank you, Mr. Fairy.
I guess I just don't cut
I
this.
don't know why. It's just like
Even a
seeing
year
this
later, I didn't know what
cutscene
to
is
cut.
just bringing back some of the memories, not only as a childhood, but from my childhood here, but also now just from the LP. Because this game has a good place in my heart now. And it always has, anyways. But now it just has an even bigger place. Alright then, so I'm going to go ahead and play.
I mean, it's not wrong because I'm still here 11 years later. Look at the same game. At this point, it'll never stop.
The Oath of Order, and I'm going to meet you guys inside of the moon. Alright, now we're inside the moon. As you guys see, the whole entire sky is purple, just like it is outside. Well, on the 4th day, for some odd reason this happens. I think it's because how things are outside is affecting this, because you're not supposed to be on the 4th day at all, so this is probably messing it up, just because of that. And you can still fight Skull Kid here, as, well...
Why'd I call him Skull Kid? Skull Kid down on planet Earth. Up here in Moon, that Majora. They don't even look like Skull Kid.
No, not Skull Kid. You can fight Majora's Mask here, just like you were able to before, but because you can't pause, the fight's harder. So that's basically it about the 4th day. It's pretty cool. So I thank you guys for watching this, and, well, I'm SonicGhost's, and look forward to more LPs to come. So I'll see you guys next time.
And that's pretty much it for that. That was all of the original Let's Play I'm going to want to show. Because, again, that had some rough edges, but we come a long way. So, I think I got a little bonus stuff. We're not done just yet, but I don't want to do any more original Majora stuff. I'm going to look at 2 more videos specifically. I got permission from Amber here in the chat, Turn Unique, when I was talking about this idea the other day, to look at one of the Majora Mask co-op videos we did. So I was going to do that. That sounds like a pretty interesting idea to do. I'm not sure which one I should choose, though. That's my problem. I don't know if I want to, like, jump right on in. I might just do the intro one, to be fair, just because of the concept. The only problem with the intro is, like, nothing really happens. It's literally just story stuff, so I don't know if I want to do that. Actually, no. No, I'll do a later one. I think I'll do one of the dungeon ones. Do we do a dungeon fully in one? No, none of these videos we do, because they take a long time. Part 8? What was part 8? Oh, this is when we were going through the Deku Palace. Yeah, we could do part 8. That makes the most sense. So, yeah, let's do that. So, I need to swap over to the 16 by 9 feet instead for this one, so I'm going to make sure it's all set. Yeah, okay, now we're good. Alright, so I'm going to swap over to this one. And this is when we were doing things in a different fashion, so I already changed out a lot of equipment, so at this point things look way better in comparison because I'm starting to use new gear. and Amber was kind of some of the same at the time. You're still using, like, you also had a... Actually, I gotta go back to this feed. Shouldn't have swapped over yet. Amber, I think you were using one of these cards still, the diamond capture cards, but you were using a better recording software. You're still playing around with it, but it gave you much better video quality. So your stuff looked pretty good for standard F capture. Me, on the other hand, I was using one of these. This is the AverMedia Live Gamer Portable, a capture card I used for a very long time for standard def console recording, anything with a component output because of this breakout cable. This allowed me to get some pretty high quality stuff from the Wii, and I still do this to this day. I still record Wii using component output if I'm getting it right from the actual console itself. It's a very clean signal, and I run it through an upscale right nowadays, but I was using this. And this playthrough, this Majora's Mask co-op thing we did, was the first showcase of not just this capture card, but also a new thing of audio. So I mentioned that I stopped using a headset around like 2013-ish, like 2014. Going into this project, like I was on like a 6-month hiatus or something crazy from making videos because I ran into so many tech problems. And it was to a point where I had to just buy a whole new set of gear. That capture card was one of them, and that also introduced this microphone, a thing I used up until 2020. This is the Samsung C03U condenser microphone multi-pattern. This thing is like a tank. It served me well over the years. I can't recommend it nowadays to most people just because it's something to do with the DAC inside of it, the audio converter that you would have going to USB. It's a little buggy by today's standards, because I noticed in some live streams with OBS, like my audio would just skip, and it was due to the microphone itself, because I also had the same issue in like Voice Meter. So I started to use this and the other capture card, and I had like a big learning experience with it. But also another problem I had back then in this time period, I didn't have a stand. I only had what this thing was, so I had to put this thing down on my desk, angle it up, just like so. Imagine I have a pop filter. I'm not grabbing one just for this demonstration. And I had to record like this. Needless to say, I probably have scoliosis at this rate. Like that. Ow. My back actually just hurts right now doing that. That thought alone actually hurt my back. I can't believe that actually happened. I had to record back in the early days using this microphone just on the table because I didn't have like a boom arm like I use now, or like a mic stand I've used for a couple years with this microphone. That's why I recommend most people, if they're using a standalone mic like this, for example, buy like a $20 to $30 arm or stand, and you'll save yourself so much uncomfortable backaches. Because for 2 years I did that hunched over thing with this microphone, and looking back, man, that was like a bad idea for my health. That was a really bad thing to do, but it worked. I had good audio quality at least. It was uncomfortable, but hey, it worked. So that's like a little bit of background going to this one. So let's go ahead and jump into the video itself now. Also, yeah, you have a little... If you have any behind the scenes information, Amber, definitely put it in chat for this one. You were still using a headset this time too. Yeah, I think it was another Logitech headset of some kind. Diamond card as well. And I was also recording this with my audio raw, but also with Skype audio. Like, that's what we used back then. We had Skype. This was before Discord was even made. So we were using Discord later. Before then, there was Skype. So I'm going to put in this. This is technically around the 2014-2016 time period. Amber originally uploaded this to her channel 2014. You did a rebranding around 2016. And because of that, these videos are getting removed. So I later then took these videos and uploaded them to my channel. And that was in 2016. You were using a laptop to record, using Vegas to edit this. Which is true because I'm going to just like skip ahead for a second here. I'm going to add a video here. I'm not going to watch it. I just want to add this in just so you can see the difference. Which one of these was it? I think this one. Yeah, add to the playlist. That'll work. Alright, so right now, just for that idea, this is Sony Vegas being used as the editing software. I edited a handful of these videos, and I use Adobe Premiere. I still do. Now you can see the difference in the background. Sony Vegas, for whatever reason, when you use an image in it, it just darkens it. So for some of these videos, you'll notice like it has a dark thing. Some of it jumps to a light version. This is how the image actually looks, by the way. I think have the source image somewhere still. And that was just a weird quirk with Vegas. Nowadays, I don't think many people still use Sony Vegas. I think a lot of people jump to either Premiere or DaVinci Resolve. So, alright, without any further delay, let's go ahead and just watch this one because it's about 16 minutes.
I'm gonna just go ahead and get these rupees while I'm at it.
Yeah, why not? They're right there.
Okay, now I got caught.
Go. Oh. Well, why'd you say that? We both did.
Lester!
The second you said I got caught, he caught me. That's what I get for rushing.
I jinxed you. Okay. Time to go the other path now.
Attempt number 2. You
Run.
can hear a little bit, back to that talk before, that I'm using a microphone like down on a desk a little further away, because you can hear a little more reverb. And it's a little further away, so it's a little more echoey as well. That makes more sense, because now by today's standards, I have this almost a foot away from me at most. So you can hear the difference. Even like the same microphone, go back to like 2017, 2018 time, and you'll hear a night and day difference between that and this video.
Run. Don't turn. Thank you.
Turn around the other way, stupid guard.
Oh, if that one guard wasn't there, I could have plowed my way through the entire section, but of
What?
course it's gonna be that one.
Okay, that was a glitch.
What happened?
One of the guards was facing the other way, and you know that big boulder at the bottom corner?
Yeah.
He went through the boulder and found me.
Okay. His vision apparently is much bigger than I thought. Like, oh, I can see around a boulder. That's an intruder.
Yeah, the sneaking sections for both of this game and also Ocarina, they have like the worst guard AI because they can see you through walls for whatever reason. Because the same thing happens in Ocarina too. It's really bad.
Just watch the video when I upload.
Most definitely have to now.
It's too funny. I love this music.
Yeah, the theme here for Thick Bows is pretty good. So there, I got some magic beans. Not gonna be as useful outside this one part of the game right now.
Fuck. Oh, I about just got caught.
That's another thing. Going back, we had stronger language, I think, on a lot of our videos too. By today's standards, I just never swear at all. Like, if I'm in a video, it doesn't matter if I'm even allowed to. I just don't really. I think it's more just because I've matured a lot over the years. So it's like a thing I just don't like doing. It just doesn't sound educational, if that makes sense. It doesn't sound proper etiquette, anything like that. And even at this time period, there's some stuff I think I said I just kind of regret. If you're playing the Wii VC version with this, sometimes that glitches like that. The thing is, like, that could have happened in any version. That can happen in original, Wii, Wii U. It'll probably happen with the Switch one too, because it's all the same game, technically. It doesn't happen in 3DS as often with the guards, because I think they fixed the AI ever so slightly with the 3DS version of Majora's Mask. Don't quote me on that one, I'm not sure. But I think it's not as common to get caught from a guard through a boulder.
Turn around, you stupid guard. Thank you. Yay, rippies.
No, I didn't want to press that button. I wanted to press the button with the bottle on it. There, got some spring water. So, use that on my plant.
Oh, you
And
already got
instant
it?
roof. Yeah. Well, I'm getting the rupee sets in here too. Because it's 20. And another bean costs you 10, so you make a 10 profit no matter what.
Another thing, kind of to go back to how we recorded this, is that we were playing the game at the same time, but neither one of us could see what we were doing. So we're just communicating to each other where we're at, what tasks we're doing, because I can't see Amber's feed, she can't see my feed. We don't know until we put the videos together and post what was actually happening. There were later episodes we actually just did that outright. By today's standards, if we did something like this again, we would probably either screen share with each other what we're doing, or we would probably just structure it in a better way where we can know more of like what each person's doing at the same time. At that point, like have one person go through a section, then another person go through a section and stuff like at the same time, but actually seeing what we're doing. So by today, we'd probably handle this in a better way for more of like R6, not just for presentation wise.
True.
Plus, it doesn't hurt to show this part of it off. Although I gotta make sure I have spring water before I leave, because I've done that before where I don't have spring water and I leave this place.
Oh, yeah.
Because unless it's the second day where it's always raining, you're gonna need spring water. Rain will instantly make these things grow, but I'm not gonna fast forward to the second day just for that.
No, it's not worth it.
No.
I broke the sign! How dare I?
Oh no. Play Song of Healing and it comes back.
Yeah. I'm not wasting my time on that.
Yeah, there's really no need to. Although that's a nice little thing. In Ocarina of Time, it was Zelda's Lullaby. In this game, it's Song of Healing. Which in this game, it makes more sense for Song of Healing. It's like, why would a lullaby bring back a sign? And I could hear a little more crunchy audio. This is also before I figured out proper mic technique as well. And again, I still have my mic too loud. To this day, I still have that problem to a degree, but it's not nearly as problematic anymore. It's to a point now where if I do peak, it's so rare. It's like maybe 1% of the time I'll ever use a microphone. That's over like hours of talking into it. Back in this era, it's like every other word because I had it too loud. And that was a big problem. And that was just to compensate for its distance. I had it louder than it should have been because of how far away it was and how I kept on moving back and forth from the mic. So I had it louder to compensate for the idea of being further away. But that didn't matter. I was still like up close against the mic and would peak. It was just bad setup at that point. Would have been hard at the time to share screens. My setup had a laptop that didn't like doing that for a few tasks at once. My favorite recordings before this. Yeah, okay, that's true. Back in this era, we couldn't really have done the screen sharing thing because you were using a laptop that didn't have the best specs for this stuff. So at that time, yeah, multitasking while recording would have probably ended up with some more failed attempts with this. It would have glitched out to a point where it might not have even worked. So by today's standards, there's no real issue with us doing that on a hardware level. It's now more or less just doing that kind of setup and seeing how it would work. It's something we would play around with, again, if we revisit this concept.
Thank you. Can I buy some more? Thank you.
How many beans you getting?
I'll go ahead and get 3 for now.
3? What would be the other one used for?
You never know. Just in case.
I know that the Deku Scrub here, in the entrance of Southern Swamp, gives you a chance to buy beans, but besides him and this guy in here, that's it.
I need the exit, thank you. I about made it there without getting caught again. That
Wow.
would've been funny.
That would have been.
Okay, so we don't want to go back in that way. We want to go where these lily pad things are.
Yeah, well, I'm already going up there. You're going the top hat this time.
Yeah.
You're trying to find yourself the secret entrance into the King's Chambers. Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna skip you, Deku Scrub Guard. You can stay there.
Really? You're gonna skip them?
You can skip one of them.
Really?
Yeah.
Good.
You know, like the interjection path? It's that one. So it's the second Deku Scrub you run into.
Alright, plant the beans.
Missed.
Douse some
Missed
water on
again.
it.
Wow, really? Oh, how did you? I forgot. I get caught on top of a fence. Never mind being seen through a boulder. This guy looks up and is walking backwards to catch Deku. I forgot about this one. See me from up here. Okay, now you gotta see in my footage. I got a Deku Scrub Guard catching me while I'm standing on top of one of the fences.
Really?
Yeah, I got knocked down,
What
and
is
a
with
guard
this
caught
game?
me on a fence. Of all things.
Game.
Okay, that just makes no sense. Well, I
Okay.
gotta do this again. I guess I'll give myself another ultimatum here. Give myself 2 more tries. If I fail, well, I'm gonna jump back up to where I fell last time.
Shit, I did not mean to go in the floor.
This is the time period where I knew how to do bomb hovering. So when I'm saying that, I'm like, all right, I'm giving you 2 more attempts. If I don't get it, I'm going to glitch. Because at this point, I know how to glitch. I played MM before this like 6 years, never 100% the game before this point either. So I have more knowledge of the game. That's true. At this time, I've already 100% this plenty of times. This was really your first time doing 100% playthrough, Amber. So I was kind of guiding you along in a lot of this too. It wasn't just us playing alongside. It was also me helping you figure out those areas you had no knowledge of. So it was a learning experience for both of us, mainly on your end, for the 100% sake.
Flower. Fuck me. Can I make it? Can I make
I
it?
didn't
Can
mean
I
to shoot
make
a
it?
bubble.
Holy cow, I made it. I skipped that first Deku scrub.
Wait, you skipped him? I didn't.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm doing it too. I didn't know you could skip him.
Yeah, I just flew over him. He's like, what?
Okay, and so you can skip both of these ones in the beginning. So these two are just entirely pointless. To be fair, Amber, I didn't
Have fun.
practice this
I didn't mean to skip him, but okay.
before we did our
Thanks for saying
recording.
that, because that made my
I
backtracking so much
I think
easier.
I played like an 80%
Darn it,
playthrough at the time to
Lester.
learn some of the
Actually, can you
glitches,
skip
and that's
all?
about
I'm
it.
curious. I mean, I'm
So
not
for
going
me,
to
I have
do it,
100%
'cause I don't
this
think you can.
in like
You
couple
have to
years
do
well,
that
at least
one
like
that's
3
in the
years.
flower.
This was recorded in 2014, and I didn't do 100% playthrough since 2011. So it's been a while.
Man, my bubbles just aren't hitting this guy. Come on. Stay still. Get the hit. There you go.
I do not like this part of the game because it's like the Deku game earlier.
Yeah, it is. So if you're not good at that game, you're not going to be good at this part either.
No. No. Why is my controller turned the other way? I did not
Oh,
say to
it sounds
go
like
that way.
my controller with the loose joysticks.
I think mine's starting to go too. I'm gonna have to get me another one.
Nope. I did not mean that. I want to land. I want to land. I didn't mean to jump. Oh, that was so close.
Oh shit. Okay, I got on there before it raised. Okay, there we go. I made it. First try.
There we go. Alright, I'm in.
Hi, monkey.
How's it going? I'm gonna turn into a human because it doesn't matter. Talk to monkey. How'd I get in here? You don't want to know.
This is one idea I liked about how we did this co-op thing. Since we were playing in like 2 different ways in a way, that makes sense. Like I'm talking to this monkey right now as a human. Amber's talking to the monkey as a Deku. So we're getting both things of dialogue at the exact same time. That's the one cool concept about doing a single player game in a co-op style, like where you're playing at the same time, but doing different things technically. You're seeing more of the game in a shorter amount of time. So as a concept, I think this is a really cool idea. And it really worked out for this one.
flew in. But everything else you don't want to know. Alright, he wants me to cut the rope?
Cut it. Nope.
Yeah, no good. Even though I couldn't aim worth anything.
So just pull this out.
So the ocarina, right? That tiny thing? Really? Wait, fine. Let me pull out my bagpipes out of nowhere.
Why is it not letting me do it? What the hell?
Are you not close enough?
I don't know. No? I'm like right in the pole. What the hell?
I'll back away a tiny
This
bit.
time period,
I don't know why.
Little
but
did
it's
she
like,
realize she didn't
those aren't the right
cut
Deku
the rope
pipes.
as the human to trigger the
I
next
don't
part of
know.
dialogue.
Do I have to show them
So
how to
at
bring
this
it
point,
first?
you're
No,
kind
you
of
don't.
forced to go back to human for a
You
minute.
just go right into here and pull out the pipes and he can teach you the song.
Well, he's not teaching me the song. He
This
refuses.
monkey, this monkey is so stubborn. It's like, I don't like those Deku pipes. Get out of here with the better ones.
Seriously, it's not letting me do it, Lester.
You might want to leave and come back.
Again, this is at a time period we couldn't see each other's screen, so I
just go
didn't
out the
know
door
she
you came in and
triggered the
walk right
dialogue
back
at
in.
first with the human. So you gotta finish the dialogue as human.
Okay. Leaving. Walk back in.
And now I just learned our first song to get into our first dungeon, the Sonata of Awakening.
There we go. Now he does it. What the fuck? Did I just experience a glitch?
Also, a little
I
bit of
think
like
our games are
audio
bugged today.
desync there on her side. We might have also had some
So
audio
that
desync
said,
for our timing
let's not
for starting
turn
these
off
recordings.
games and have
We
our
might not have
saves
had it
deleted
like
last
perfect,
time.
which is why we
Yeah, we
have
both got
a
our saves
little
deleted.
bit of a
Yeah,
delay.
both of us in between sessions got our saves deleted. That was not fun.
Oh wait, I
But
gotta
like
go back
last
on that one.
time.
Yeah, we both got our saves deleted.
Yeah, both.
Oh, I forgot. Yeah, in the middle of us recording this, we both had our saves get corrupted for whatever reason. So we had to both replay up to a certain point. This is not the first time that's happened in the series. It happens to me again later because I wanted to show off a glitch, but the glitch destroyed my save file.
Both of us in between sessions got our saves deleted. That was not fun.
Yes, I understand. Now teach me the damn song. Okay.
How'd the
Alright.
guards get in the cage so fast? What'd they do? Just jump over it?
Probably.
Wish we could do that.
Yeah.
Well, down to the Deku Palace. Nothing else we can do here. So time to go take that secret route that monkey just told us about.
I think for the sake of time, we're going to actually stop watching at this point, because for the most part now, it's just us getting to the said dungeon. Nothing really too crazy happens at this point. So, because again, it's getting late at this point in time. I want to show off one more video, and it's more just because now we looked at the old stuff. I just want to jump ahead to one of the newer ones. I'm going to specifically jump to bonus episode number 2 from the redo Let's Play. Hey there guys, I'm SonicGhost and welcome back to some more Let's Play Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask. Actually, at this point we could probably swap to this feed for a little bit, because it's the 4x3 game. I want to show just pieces of this video, and maybe a piece of another one real quick, because I want to show how far we've come, because we've come a long way. Last time around, we took a look at a lot of extra little things about Majora's Mask, between different version differences here and a bunch of different glitches, but in today's episode, we're going to be focusing on one key thing, the Fierce Deity's Mask. This is a mask we got when we were up in the moon, and there's one caveat to this mask. We can only use it in boss fights, but it doesn't just limit you to the final boss fight against Majora himself. We can go back to the 4 dungeons we've already explored and utilize the Fierce Deity's Mask there. So now you have the concept. I want to jump ahead. I'm not going to watch the whole thing at that point. That'd be too much. I want to jump specifically to the Georg fight. I want to show this fish, because this part is infuriating between versions. And this will show some editing differences now we have, because this playthrough I did last year, we swapped between the original game and the 3DS version. All here with our Fierce Deity's Mask equipped, and get ready to fight this giant fish. So, to me, Georg is kind of on the same scale as Got was back in Snowhead, but not as difficult to fight with the Fierce Deities. So, in my opinion, this is probably the hardest boss out of the 5 main bosses here in Majora's Mask, and it's just because of the weird hitbox that Georg has in general. He's just kind of awkward to hit with the Zora Mask, so it makes the fight a lot harder than it honestly needs to be. But with a Fierce Deity's Mask, we have a projectile at all times to shoot him with, making things a little bit easier on us. And since it's a much smaller arena compared to God, I find this fight is just easier in general. So just wailing away with our sword beams here, we can just lock on, just swing our sword, and just attack Georg. But sometimes the sword beams can't really reach correctly. So this is the hard part about the fight, trying to find the right angle in order to shoot your sword beams at Georg. So unfortunately, I have to let this guy go a little bit, shoot him again with a sword beam, and then line myself up better for another shot. 2 sword beams will trigger phase 2 here. So we're already in the second phase of this fight. It's going by pretty quick. I'm gonna wait for Georg to move around a little bit, shoot him with more sword beams, and just let him get right back up, just to immediately wail on him again with the sword beams. Get in a better position here with the sword. And there you go. Georg is defeated. Honestly, this is not that bad. I wouldn't say it's as easy as the Odawa fight, but at times it can be pretty close. It just kind of depends on where Georg is in the arena. Because of the awkward angle you're aiming down with your sword, this fight could be either pretty easy or pretty annoying, but not very difficult in my opinion. But now with Georg defeated, let's go ahead and fight him once again, now in the 3DS version. So this is the part where we gotta actually swap, because we gotta have the full feed for this. This is where we got to see where editing changed a lot over the past like 10 plus years. Alright, so back here in the boss chamber of Great Bay Temple here in the 3DS version. So let's go ahead, put on our Fierce Deity mask, and jump down the hole here in the center. I love jumping down this hole while doing a jump slash because for some reason, Link just does a 180 in the air, and I don't know how he manages to do that. It's a cool little flashy move there, dude, but man, that's gotta take some willpower. And some manipulation of physics. Nice camera game. Fierce Deity Booty against Georg. Who's gonna win? Well, let's find out. Since this fight is pretty different here in the... Alright, before I get to have a couple muff me talk, present me needs to talk. We already just seen a big difference there. Just jumping in. We got that more like zoomed in effect with this being the top screen. That's the precedent. But then when we need the bottom screen, it just slides up in the corner. Stuff like this I would never have done back in the early days because I didn't know how to do it. This is where, again, a lot of this change comes in over the years. By today's standards, we can kind of just show wherever we want. To be fair, editing 3DS footage is a nightmare. DS is no better, but 3DS especially, I think it's like the worst to work with. With the non-standard screen size of the top screen in general, excuse me, like it's so weird to work with. This was like the best format I found for Majora's Mask, and even this is a little janky when you think about it. We barely needed the bottom screen in a lot of situations, so that's why I set up this way, but this, again, like back in the early days, I would have never done something like this because it was too complex. To be fair, this version didn't exist in 2011. This didn't come out until 2015, and I still have no way of capturing from a real 3DS. This is all played off an emulator. Emulators have come a long way, so it's more doable. I was able to play through the entire game on the latest build of Citra at the time with no issues with the game's performance. I didn't get locked out anywhere. The game didn't glitch out, nothing. It was fine. Any glitches that happened here would have been the same on hardware. But, again, we can see a big difference, and now I'll let past me say why this boss fight is a total pain in the rear with Fierce Deity. And here in the 3DS version, our strategy for once is actually going to be changing around using the Fierce Deity mask. So we need to get close enough to Georg to target him. 2 laser beam shots from your sword will do enough damage to stun the guy. 1 sword beam or 1 jump attack will do enough damage for the eye for it to retract, and now you're back to square one in this process. This is pretty much your whole strategy for Phase 1, and this can be a little luck dependent, just kind of based on where Georg is. If Georg stays close enough to the arena, then you can keep locked on, which makes things a lot easier. But if he stays far away, then things get a lot more complicated. So Phase 1 here can already be kind of difficult, but now we're going to be moving into Phase 2, and this is where things get even harder, in my opinion. So what we need to do is we need to take off Fierce Deity mask and immediately shoot down an ice arrow. Since we can shoot ice arrows in the water here, we can go ahead and make platforms wherever we want. And this is how we have to do the rest of the fight. We need to make our own platforms and constantly juggle our resources, our magic, and our footing here so we can fight Georg. You can already imagine, just based on how I'm describing this, why this sounds like it took over an hour to record. This fight sucks horribly. Never do this. Phase 1 is fine with Fierce Deity. Phase 2 might as well be next to impossible based on this weird strategy. This took forever to record. I'm glad that I was playing on an emulator in a way because I was able to save state right in front of the boss room. So anytime I had a bad recording of this, I would just load the state back up and then just try it again. And I had to do this so many times. It was actually terrible. Once we go in the water and we have no more platforms, Fierce Deity will be entirely useless in this fight. You would have to continue to fight using the Zora mask. So this is honestly, in my opinion, not a good idea to do. For Phase 2 of Georg, I don't recommend doing this at all, simply because there are just too many variables here that make this really, really difficult. You got all these platforms you gotta juggle with limited amount of magic if you didn't come in here with Chateau Imani. You got all the little fish that Georg spits out that can attack you when you're swimming in the water. You have a limited number of arrows that, yes, you may be able to restock with some of the pots down below, but you can still easily run out of arrows and run out of time to get back to your platforms while trying to get more arrows in the process. Not just that, but also Georg can rush towards these ice platforms and destroy them. And if he destroys all your platforms, then you have no solid ground, which means you have no way of fighting with the Fierce Deity's mask. So, I hope I listed enough reasons of why this fight sucks using Fierce Deity. Just use the Fierce Deity mask in Phase 1, because once you get to Phase 2, things just become just way too difficult and honestly too tedious in my opinion. The easiest way at this point for us to stun Georg is, while we could be locked on using the Fierce Deity laser beam attacks, it's hard to keep that lock on with Georg when he's moving around the water, so just shoot him with arrows. 5 arrows will stun Georg, hit him 3 times in the eye with your laser beam, and that will defeat Georg once and for all. You can tell in how this fight was designed that on that final hit, they never intended you as the player to fight Georg using the Fierce Deity mask in this janky method, because from here, I'm like on the side of the arena. The final hit collides with Georg, and I'm teleported to the center. You can tell they intended you for the whole fight to be on the bottom floor here with Georg. They intended for you to be Zora, fighting him one-on-one that way. But we said nuts to that, did it this way, and you can see a huge difference. Also, notice my magic at the very end. The final hit, I have basically nothing left. I don't even have enough, I think, to shoot one more ice arrow. I literally used all my magic in this fight. This fight sucks with this method. It's awful, but that's pretty much the big thing I wanted to show here. I think there was like one more thing I wanted to showcase real quick, and then we're probably going to call it. Because again, this is just showing our differences. I'm not going to cut through all this because this is literally like a couple months ago. If you want to watch this playthrough, definitely check it out on your own time on YouTube. I think the big one I wanted to show was some stuff from bonus episode 3. So let me swap over to the 4x3 feed because we don't need to have the whole thing. I'm not going to watch the whole episode. I think the biggest thing I'm going to watch... Yeah, it's from here. I want to watch from this point, which shows the debug stuff. I think we'll just see this, and then that's probably going to do it. Majora's Mask, let's go ahead and take a look at the debug menu that's left in the game's code. So... normally, you're never able to access the debug menu because there's no way in-game to actually pull this up, but since we are playing the Practice ROM KZ, we can just load it up at will here by just going into the debug menu section in our file select. And as we can see, we have a lot of different information here, and this may be overwhelming and also confusing because most of this is in Japanese, and that's because since this game was developed in Japan, this is made for the devs that speak Japanese, hence why it's still in Japanese. So on screen now, here's a translation of what this menu says in general, so a little bit easier for you to follow. And it's a lot to take in, but yes, this is pretty much every item along with other values in the game that we can actually manipulate. I want to mention before we get to the big thing in this clip, doing this edit, I had to go into Photoshop and like copy specific points of the black in this debug menu state. Because I couldn't just put an actual black border in here. It would actually be the wrong color black. So I just wanted to get the native black color. I had to cover up every single Japanese letter with that black that I copied from this image, so my own black border. And then I had to write in all these extra things per section in English and make sure it lined up correctly, which in some cases it did not. This took a while just to make this specific edit and to have it flow as well as it did with the gameplay. Because you're going to see in a minute, I'm moving the cursor around. There are going to be some points where the cursor looks a little janky because it might hit like a weird spot and look like cut off a bit. That's because of the edit, so you can actually read this in English. But I'm just surprised at how well this worked. This actually was a pretty clean translation in the video itself. So, utilizing our C buttons here, we can actually manipulate values. So here, this max heart one, we can take all the way down to 3 hearts. And if you press the start button here, we'll leave the menu, and now we see we're down to 3 hearts out of our 20. So, in this debug menu, you can go ahead and mess around with a lot of different values here in the game and just obviously check things as needed as a developer. And that's obviously really good, but again, by normal means, you're never able to pull up this debug menu except utilizing cheat codes and even glitches. So at this time period, this is how I know how to do glitching in general. I mean, this is only last year again. By today's standards, what I like doing in these videos is if there's any unused and beta content, I like showing it off as much as I can. And in this case, we're wanting to show how the debug menu works, so I showed off what they have to do for speedruns for a while to access the debug menu in the any % route. Because what I'm going to do is like one of the methods found at one point that was considered the fastest to get this debug menu to show up. It's a pain to do, but it is something I just wanted to showcase. It kind of just felt fitting. That's why I did this whole thing. So I'll just let the whole clip play for itself, because there's a lot to go into this. So for us to pull up the debug menu here using glitches, we're here in the Deku Palace in the Japanese version of Majora's Mask. And that's simply because a glitch I'm going to be using here to open the debug menu, this specific setup for the glitch only works in the Japanese version of the game. And the glitch we're going to be utilizing here is called the text overflow effect. Basically, what we're going to be doing is a very specific setup here and a very specific set of movements in order to get the memory in the game confused, and that way we can have some very abnormal effects here inside of Majora's Mask. So I'm just dropping bombs in very specific places, getting very specific rupees, and now what I'm trying to do is line up here with this wall. That way I can go ahead and move back ever so slightly using a crouch stab, transform into a Deku here. I'm going to go ahead, shoot a bubble at this wall in front of us, take off the mask, and now on a very specific frame, I need to go ahead, pull out my bomb, and then drop it right before it's getting ready to explode. So I'm looking for a very specific flash in the bomb. Once we find that flash, I'm dropping 3 bombs while running out of this corridor. Now from here, I am playing the Song of Inverted Time a total of 6 times. I need to go ahead and reverse and slow down the flow of time all these times. So this is a very complicated setup, but we're not done yet because there's still more to this whole glitch. It's
like rocket science.
Now that we're done playing those Song of Inverted Times, I'm going to go ahead and drop some bombs here in the corner, transform into a Deku once again, shoot a bubble at this wall in front of us, and now that that's done, we're going to go ahead, pause the game, and equip ourselves some Deku Nuts. Now we're going to go back in the corner, drop a bomb, and drop a nut. And at this point, we pretty much set up our glitch. So now what we're going to do is pause the game, go to our map screen, and highlight the R button. Now we're going to play the Song of Soaring. When we play the Song of Soaring, notice where our value is set on the map. It's down near the bottom of the map. You can't really see it because of how fast I'm going in this clip, so I'm going to play that back real quick. This glitch I'm doing, I don't have a time period in this video to say what this is. This is technically called Stale Reference Manipulation, otherwise known as SRM. It's a glitch in the game that's super powerful. It pretty much lets you write code into the game in some form. So what we're doing is messing with in-game code and trying to confuse it in a way to trigger other events. That's what this is doing. So with this Song of Soaring, I have my cursor down in an area that doesn't make sense. Like down there, you would think, oh, that's like Zora Cape. No, that's not Zora Cape that I'm on. That's actually something different. And you'll notice the more this goes, the more confused it gets. But I have to speed up the video, otherwise we'd be here, no joke, 20 minutes. It's down near the bottom of the map. And even seeing that for a second, going back another moment, once we pause the game and go back to the map, we can see the cursor is off to the left of where we're already at in Southern Swamp, which you can never put the cursor there. This is what SRM is doing. We're screwing up the game's memory in such a way to trigger something else. This is why this glitch works. This weird setup allows you to mess with the index values of the game, of the map. Now we're going to do this again, and again, and again. So we need to do this whole process a total of 63 times. What we're trying to do is get the Song of Soaring. If you notice, the more I go in this clip, the game at value, it's so hard to catch because of how fast this happens. It's super fast. In order for us to, but I'm gonna just frame advance a little bit on this one. Notice how frame advance is normal speed. Notice how the text down below is super glitched too. It's not even displaying things correctly anymore. It's just a bunch of glitched pixels. We're already screwing the memory so majorly at this point, the game is having a hard time keeping up. If we do anything incorrectly at this point, if you hit the A button right now to try to warp to the said location, the game will just crash. You're looking for a very specific point to actually use the Song of Soaring. Until then, any other point right now will crash the game. We kind of need to do this whole process, so it takes a very long time to even trigger this text overflow glitch, but it will be worth it at the end of this whole process. What I should mention is that if you are going to be utilizing this glitch, you need to have the hidden owl active with no other owl statues hit, and your file name needs to be 2 characters long, and only 2 characters long. This is a very specific kind of setup, but again, it's going to be well worth it after we play all these Song of Soarings. Every time I'm done playing a Song of Soaring, I need to pause the game and move my cursor back over to the R button on the map selection screen, and then I can play the Song of Soaring and keep on repeating this process. But once we play all 63 Song of Soarings on our final song here, instead of closing out of things and doing things all over again, we're just going to go ahead and confirm to warp, and instead we pull up the Bomber's Notebook, close out the Bomber's Notebook, and here we are in the debug menu. If you do manage to load up the debug menu here in Majora's Mask without any kind of cheats or even using the debug ROM of this game, as we can see, the values are all glitched. But if you want to go ahead and save from the state, all you gotta do is press the A button and then immediately reset your game. At this point, you just saved your progress in Majora's Mask, and now when you load back up into Majora's Mask, all of the values you changed here in the debug menu will be applied to your save file. So that's pretty much all we're going to watch on this video. I just kind of want to show like the inner makings of like how that stuff works. Like that alone took close to an hour just to get that one clip. It took a very long time because the clip itself was over 20 minutes. I had to speed up a crap ton of it. That alone, I'm surprised let me. That was over I think that was 1,000 times speed in Premiere. The max you'll be able to do. I'm surprised that worked, because me trying to edit that clip was such a resource hog on my computer. It was insane. But stuff like this, by today's standards, is what I like doing. In the early days, you've seen those other bonus videos we showed off earlier. I never even thought of beta stuff. The furthest we got on that front was that 4th day glitch, and I didn't even know what it meant. I just knew that it was a different state in the game that you're not able to get to normally. I didn't know what state. I just knew it was not normal. That's pretty much it. But that's all we're going to be looking at here for tonight. I could look at a heck of a lot more, but I think that kind of covers a majority of the things I want to actually show. So I'm going to swap over to the main feed here. And like I said, at this point, we're done. We can look a lot more. I'll recommend this specific playthrough, the redo one that I did from last year. This one turned out really well. I'm very proud of how this one was structured. And it's not like I can't recommend the original after seeing some of its weird moments. It has a lot of cringe, it definitely does. But going back, it's a rough one. You can see why I decided for the 10-year anniversary to redo my very first Let's Play project for YouTube. I thought it turned out really well by comparison, just because of how much I've changed in the past 10 years between now and then. At that point, it was a much better playthrough, which makes sense. It's like a 10-year gap. I've learned a lot. I've gotten better equipment. This footage you just watched was recorded still with a Wii, so that hasn't changed, but using a much better video output, you know, component cables compared to like composite using like a frick of a tuner, and then ran to an upscaler so it just looks nice and clean. And I'm using this microphone I'm currently using now in the redo playthrough, the AT2020, routed through an audio interface, the Focusrite Scarlett Solo here. So I have much better audio quality. It's much more comfortable because I could just relax, get this as close as I can to me, or lean up a little bit more to it. Like, I don't have to worry about like hunching over like the co-op day Majora playthrough with like the Samsung mic. I don't have to worry about like crunchy audio quality or heavy breathing like from a headset. So a lot has changed over the years. I'm glad where I am now. Like, things are much more enjoyable. They turn out way better. It looks really good, sounds really good. I've changed a lot in 10 years. Technically 11 now. But that's it. We're done. Like I said, I could look at a lot more. We might revisit this concept, maybe look at other playthroughs I've done on YouTube, kind of seeing how I changed. There was that suggestion earlier in chat about looking at some old Twitch clips. We might do that in the future as well. I don't know. This idea I will revisit. I don't know when. If I feel like maybe doing this again, then I probably will revisit it with maybe another playthrough, some Twitch clips or something. So, this was fun. I hope you guys enjoyed this one too. It was a cool behind-the-scenes look at like how exactly I made these videos, my logic behind it, and how much I've changed. So, it was a cool idea. The ocarina, that's not a bad one. Because that was the first playthrough I think I did with voice effects, which I don't really do much now. It's just when it fits, maybe. But I remember anytime Ganondorf appeared in that playthrough, I had to use a voice effect for him. It had to be with a voice effect because it was so fitting. I don't really do that much now. But that's pretty much it, though. Like, that's all the big stuff I want to look at for this. Again, I'll heavily recommend this playthrough specifically. Let me see if we can actually get that proper link, though. Because, again, this is the one I'm proud of. That if you want to check out the 2011 playthrough for whatever reason, I'll put it in chat. Let me see if I can get this. If you want to watch the original, sure, go for it. I don't recommend by today's standards. It aged like milk. But if you want to, there it is. I'll get the co-op one as well. And then I'll get the Redux. But yeah, these are interesting things. Again, we'll revisit in the future. Maybe with something more topical as well, like Ocarina. Maybe something more recent. But here is the co-op playthrough. And then the last one is... this one. There we go. So, there's all three of them. You got the original, you got the co-op playthrough, and you got the actual good playthrough. Not to discredit the other two, it's just, man, the Redux one came out so good. And it covered 2 versions, so I'm proud of it. That's pretty much it, though. So, thanks everyone who came out. Next week, we'll actually play the video games to watch them. We got 2 new slots to fill, because we finished Shantae and the 7 Sirens on Tuesday. Last week, we finished Metroid Prime Rando. Or Prime 2 Rando, sorry, gotta get it right. So, we'll do the, like, new stuff next week. We'll play actual video games. The co-op was terrible. Yeah, when we do another one. No, it was a fun one. It's still a good playthrough by today's standards. It has some age to it, but, like, every one of our old stuff does have age. It hasn't aged as poorly as 2011's. Move faster, poke. But, yeah, the only other stuff left is the usual. I got the multiplayer stuff finishing up this week on YouTube side. Mario Kart, it's done for now. We got some revisit on that. If you've seen yesterday's Nintendo Direct, we didn't have a chance to talk about that here because it wasn't topical. We might talk about that in like the next stream I do. But yeah, we'll revisit Mario Kart. I know. I seen the thing yesterday. There's more DLC coming for that game out of nowhere. So we got more Mario Kart to play. But for now, the series is going to take a bit of a break. On the League side, Kirby Race is still happening. I think that's going on for like another 2 weeks, something like that. It's getting close to the end at this point, but check it out if you haven't already. And the last big thing I guess I should mention is that... I don't know. Do you guys want a sneak peek at the next playthrough? We can have a sneak peek. You know, you guys can be the early ones for this. Why not? I'll give you guys a sneak peek, but you gotta give me a minute here to set this up. And we'll end with this. But yeah. We're done with the multiplayer stuff this week, as I mentioned. And next week, starting on Monday, I have a new Let's Play project actually going up. It's gonna be a proper thing. So, starting next week, we're gonna have a new thing. And you guys are gonna like this. This is something I've been meaning to do for a while. Hope you guys enjoy this from Monday.
The military's top-secret weapon, Project Shadow, was stolen from the military base located on the deserted island in the southern seas. This incident increased worldwide terrorist activities. Sonic the Hedgehog was arrested. The adventure for truth leads to the incidents that shock the entire world. The story takes our hero Sonic from the Earth and into outer space. Sonic Adventure 2, Hero Side Story. Farewell, Sonic. Forever.
I'll see you guys on Monday for the beginning of Sonic Adventure 2. That's the wrong button. That happened twice already. Great. I'll see you guys on Monday for the start of Sonic Adventure 2. Take care and have a good night, everybody.